2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online. Or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info. Or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
Kender du ikke det der, når du kommer ind til en fest, så ser du fyren, hvor du bare tænker, wow, han ser godt ud. Tøjet for golvet. Vi har lige siden 1930, det vil sige 4 generationer, serviceret folk, der gerne vil være klassisk klædt med et lille twist. Vi ligger her 100 meter fra rådspladsen og er klar til at servicere dig med ærlighed, god rådgivning og vejledning, som du ikke har oplevet før. Er du den mand blandt alle, som skiller sig ud, eller gerne vil skille dig ud, så kig ind til mig, så skal jeg hjælpe dig godt på vej.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the racing proverbs category. We are regularly adding new products, and all new products started with an introduction discount of minimum 10% for a limited time period. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. The store is run in partnership with our fulfillment partner Printful, producing the products on demand and shipping from Charlotte in North Carolina, Los Angeles in California, Toronto in Canada, Riga in Latvia, and Barcelona in Spain. That way there is minimum shipment time and no production overhead. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, brothers, and sisters. Welcome back to Spa-Francorchamps. It's time for qualifying for round number 5, our penultimate round of the EEWC. My name is Chris Buxton. I'll be one of your commentators throughout both qualifying sessions of the night. And joining me this time, I promise I haven't forced him to be here. He is here of his own fruition. Whether he returns is another matter entirely. Nick Domino joins me in the commentary box. Hello, Nick.
Hello, everybody, and thanks for having me. It's going to be interesting, this one, to see these type of cars. I haven't commentated with the DPIs before or Factor 2, so this is going to be interesting. And glad to be back with you, Chris.
Yes, it's been a long time since myself and Nick have worked together. And as we see Damien Scott-Ron in the Burst Esports Scooter Sunglasses number 94 just leaving the pit lane. Now, for those that were with us at Interlagos in our last round, which we had a bit of a lighter grid for them. We don't have too many with us at the moment, but as a reminder, we do have 2 qualifying sessions to go through, both 2 hours long, and as you can see at the top of the screen, we are about 10 minutes or so into the first session. So for those less familiar with why there are 2 qualifying sessions, one is run in the daylight hours and the other is run at night. So the session time starts around about 1 p.m. For the daylight hours and 1 a.m. for the night. Now, as is typical with the way of Spa, there is the threat of rain. Whether it's going to hit us or by what degree, we of course don't know. But Interlagos was completely devoid of any weather whatsoever, and any time there was any kind of rain, it soon dissipated. But very, very different story over in the Ardennes forest. Yeah. But before we have a look at what is going on there, let's just have a quick look then at who we have got. Actually, before we do that, let's have a look at championship standings, if we may. Our good old production crew is always ready on hand. So as a reminder, this is how our championship standings look heading into round 5. Now, none of the championships are sewn up, but some of them are getting very, very close indeed. So, DPI, GT3 first, beg your pardon, I guessed wrong. So GT3 is very, very close. It's the Volante Racing by Aztec Sim Sports number 585 car that is at the top of the tree. Were it not for a bad run at Monza, they may well have a more comfortable lead over the Glam Racing 404, who came home second last time out at Interlagos. As you can see on the point standings, it was Volante that came home with the top win. We only had 3 of our GT3 classes. The Treble 7 Gadget Huset Corvette was the third one. That catapulted them up into third. We didn't see CKR, B32, Mugen, or Teleforeningen. Now, this time, we actually have an alteration to our GT3 lineup. One of our DPI teams has actually switched to the GT3 class. So they're not going to be on the championship table because, of course, they haven't raced in that class yet. But we will cover those when we get to the DPI class. Next slide, please, production. We will have, I guess it's going to be GTE next. It is indeed. Yeah. So the GTEs, bit more of a domination from the number 74. The Juices Motor Club car does have a bit more of a comfortable lead, having 2 wins in 2 seconds throughout the season. They're being chased by the 27 MCM Motorsport car, and then a 2-way tie in third on 39 points between the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche and the Mugen Sim Racing car, neither of which we saw last time. And because Unison because Unison took part at Interlagos, they came home 5th in the 717 car. They actually jumped ahead of both of the MPE or the Mastura Pescara cars. We only saw one of them last time out. So very, very close fight from third to the bottom of the table. Only 6 points separating those with the ID Sinsport car closing in on those ahead. So very close competition for the GTE category. Next up will be our LMP2s. And there they are. So surprises no one that it's Burst at the top of the tree, but you can see here not by a huge amount. Semna and Axel have kept them close and honest for every round thus far, with the Juicy's number 15 in third position. We only had 3 of our LMP2s last time around. We didn't see Iris of the either of the Team Iris cars, nor did we see the Cyberlinks Racing number 241. And finally, our DPI category. Now, that one was an unusual one last time. We only had 2 of our DPI cars, and in the death of the race, they were absolutely jostling for position. They were, I can't even remember, they were less than a lap apart at the end of after 12 hours of Interlagos. But with all 4 wins to themselves, Burst Esports have got one hand on the trophy, and they are still being chased by Unison. And we didn't see the Team Adrenaline, the 79 Axle, or the Viaductin car. Now, it's the number 1, it's the Viaductin team that have actually decided to change their entry to the GT3 class. So the number 1 car will no longer take part in the DPI category. And there is a newcomer. The number 48 car, the XRL Esports car, is now in the championship. They're actually out on track at the moment. So they did take part in the practice session earlier this week. So look forward to seeing what they can do. There you can see the tower. That's our 3 currently attending DPI cars as we look at Michi Hoyer in the Burst Esports Simplicity number 18 car. Now, at Interlagos, there was not a huge pace difference between the DPIs and the LMPs. There will be a colossal pace difference between the 2 classes this time around. Oh, that's the SimSports GTE Audi getting out of the way. So now the DPIs have got plenty of space to deploy all of their horses. So I'm fully expecting the DPIs to have quite a pace advantage. But then it wouldn't be the first time I've been proved wrong in such things. We will see if our LMP classes can hold a candle to the mighty DPIs.
You are saying that, but we are at the moment actually having the LMP2 car being the fastest.
At the moment, yes.
Yeah.
It is the Burst Esports number 4 that is the top of the tree. Damien Scovron, who we were looking at earlier, does currently have the top time. But as I say, we're only, quarter of an hour into the first 2-hour session. So plenty of time for that to change and for our teams to figure out who they're going to put in the car and decide running orders and what have you. We only have one of our NMP entries with us, and it is at the top of the tree at the moment, the number 94 car. Then it is our 3 DPI, so the number 17 Unison Racing DPI, currently in the hands of Peter Vagapov, has the top of the DPI tree currently. Then it is Michi Hoyer in the Burst Esports Simplicity. And then it's the number 48 XRL Esports, Josh Hughes, currently in the car. Now, that is a team I'm not particularly familiar with, so I look forward to seeing how the, what I believe is a 5-driver lineup for them. I'm looking forward to seeing how they will do in the coming sessions. We currently have, for our GT classes, we have 3 GTEs and 5 GT3s currently with us. Maciej Kasperczyk in the Azatec number 585. He's just brought that one back into the pits. They're currently leading the GTE class. Beg your pardon, GT3 class. And, excuse me, Ivan Aguado in the MCM Motorsport number 27 currently has the top of the GTEs. Now, Mr. Oh, we'll take a look at the weather before.
Ooh, this is going to be spicy.
You are not wrong there, Nick. Look at that. Bottom right-hand corner. That's nasty.
Yeah.
That's very, very nasty.
And if you're a driver, you don't want to see that. But as, a viewer and a commentator, we welcome that with open arms.
Absolutely true. Now, for the benefit of our audience who haven't enjoyed the wonderful company of Nick Domino, Nick, why don't you give us a bit of a background on your enthusiasm for endurance racing and your experience in the sim racing world?
Oh my! Oh, do we have that much time? I love endurance racing, and I drive a huge amount of endurance racing when I can. Mostly in iRacing. I have done that before. We've been part of other leagues driving that. But for me, there are like three big endurance race, or four actually. You got the 24 hours of Daytona, which is for the Americans. You got the 24 hours of Le Mans, which is for the historians. You then got the 24 hours of Nürburgring, which is for the guys who are a bit nuts. And then you got the 24 hours of Spa, which is for the drivers. Because Spa is it's so fun to drive. Even if you're in a GT or if you're in a prototype, it's a real driver's track, and you need different skill sets for these cars. The GT drivers, while they're looking forward, they're actually looking more backwards, because you have the LMPs coming thick and fast. The DPIs with you can hear them sometimes from far away with their huge engines, with the I think it's a 5-liter V8 in the DPIs. It's extreme, and then the LMP2s just roll up, and suddenly you have a faster car behind you. And meanwhile, when you're in the LMP, you're just looking at the GT and you're like, don't be in that corner, because you're going so much faster. So yeah, I've been driving my fair share of endurance racing, some good, some bad, because that's what it means as well. And yeah, you can lose the whole race in the first couple of laps and hours, but you need patience. It's not a sprint, and qualifying as well. People say it's not important, but if you're a racing driver, you want to be on pole. There's nothing coming away from that. But it's just great being back here now. I'm with new life, new people in there. I can't drive that much more, so I enjoy the opportunity to come and use some of my talent, just talking. I like talking, and talking while there's a race there. That's just icing on the cake.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Nick. So me and Nick have worked together in the commentary box, albeit not for a while. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to being reunited with the madness that is Nick Domino for this event. As we look at Gert Nielsen, it's the Teleforeningen car. It's the team name I cannot pronounce properly. So I was spared from struggling with their team name last time, but the number 188 BMW is out there. Now production. If we can have a look at the Viaducts and GT3 car, it's on track, and it's completely different colours to their previous DPI car. Their DPI car was red. The number one, they've kept the number one, which is good to see. And it's bright yellow. You can actually see it in the tower. They have got a time on the board. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see the car in action. It is currently somewhere around Sector 1, judging by the tracker. Yeah. Hopefully catch up with that soon. So you see Gert Nielsen then completing his next lap. Where is the Teleforeningen car? The timing screen's a little slow for me, so hopefully that'll update in a little while. See, that's something that I've forgotten in Spa. We just saw at the top of the screen there I think it was one of the DPI cars. It looked like that's one of the burst cars. Yeah. No, that's the LMP car that's just come out. I thought it was skewing towards the wall. It wasn't at all. That's where the pit lane exit is, and I don't know how many times that's caught me out because I primarily commentate in the F1 world. They don't use that pit lane exit. So if you see a car heading in that direction at that point, it's usually bad news. But they are that's the LMP2 car that's just come back out on track, I think.
No, that's a DPI.
Oh no, it is.
And you can hear it, and also because it's a lot more beautiful to look at. But yeah, it's just Cadillac showing up. They have actually dressed it down. It was a 5.5 liter V8, and now I think it's a 4.8 because they were like, that might be a little bit too much. So it's an extreme car. And there we actually have the...
It is.
Yeah, oh, no.
Briefly.
Fair enough. Oh.
Well, we'll catch up with the number one. It looked like it was a Corvette they've chosen, which for this track's probably not a bad call. As we jump to our now top of the tree, Peter Vagapov in the Unison number 17 DPI car.
Oh, going a bit wide there.
It looked like it was a little wide. There it is. It's the... is that the Danish flag on its roof?
I believe so. Yeah, it is.
It is.
It is the Danish flag
Nice
on the roof.
touch.
Yeah.
So there we go. That is the driver lineup for Viaduct, and it's been a little while since we've seen them. Now, unfortunately, we don't know who's in the car, because you can see at the bottom of the screen where the driver name would normally be. We don't see it. We only see the team name. Now, that typically is done if they're all driving from the same location. So as far as the server is concerned, it's just one driver.
Listen to that sound.
In fact, it's just the same client that's doing the actual driving. So the person physically jumps in and out of the racing seat. This is Peter Vagapov.
Oh!
He introduced his car rather heavily to the wall there. I did see we had a yellow flag out. Yeah, that's one way to try and make the car shorter, but they don't have a very big wheelbase as it is.
It's an extreme way to actually try and get some heat into the tires. and the track is 36.1 degrees, so it is toasty out there. You know, if you have your shoes on, keep on moving, otherwise you will be standing still at this point. Have you been to Spa, Nick? I haven't. That's on my bucket list.
I'd love to go.
Yeah, but I want to see one of the endurance races. I don't want to do it I don't want to watch Formula 1 there, to be honest. But I want, but you know, for me, endurance racing is a lot better around here.
Yeah, I really agree. Now, Peter Munkon from our production team has been out there. He was out there quite recently as well. I wasn't jealous whatsoever when you sent me the video. Oh, it's more than 10 years for the 24-hour events. And there's no jealousy here at all. Not one bit. You can't prove it. But no, I would love to go out there to Spa. I've never been to a live endurance event. I've commentated many an endurance event in my lifetime. Yeah. But we will see how that goes. Oh, Carl Liegegaard is the other Corvette. It's the Gadget Huset car.
That is it's a lovely sounding car, you know, this Corvette. And then it's not a factory Corvette, you know, they don't produce the GT3 themselves. I can't remember what's it called. Callaway, yeah, it's a Callaway Corvette, so it's a separate firm who have, you know, tuned the car to actually, you know, produce this GT3 car. But it's going to be interesting, you know, because Corvette now with the new endurance rules in real life is actually going to produce a proper GT3. So, you know, for the first time we might actually see it at the 24 hours at Spa with only GT3 cars in the future. So that's going to be interesting. Oh, as one of the DPIs just went way deep into the bus stop there.
That's Josh Hughes. That's our newcomer, the 48 XRL esports cars. There is the Viaductson car.
It's so bright.
The only thing I don't like, I love the Corvette. I love its sound. The only thing I don't like, and this is pure. Oh, it's got Callaway actually on the window. I've just spotted. Now, the only thing I don't like is the fact that it's a yellow car with the red flag on the roof. Yellow and red. That shade of yellow with that shade of red. That's not working well for me, admittedly.
No, well, that's true. But you know what it's actually. Yeah, I love it as well. But it's also with the, you know, yellow on the car might also be a nudge to the Great Dane with the Jan Magnussen driving for Corvettes for so many years. That might be something, you know.
You were right there, Nick. Yeah, so it comes from the Karting Club Association that Jan was part of. Oh, I love it. I love that. Oh, they're racing from the youth club right now. There we go. So I wondered if that was why we don't know which driver is in the car. Oh, excellent. That's brilliant. It's excellent stuff. As much as I might not like the colour scheme, you'll know it's coming. You won't miss that in a hurry.
No. We will see just as brightly in the night.
Yeah, without the need of headlights. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely so. It's actually the Viaducton car has actually clocked a time so far that's quicker than Gerd Nielsen in the 188 Teleforeningen car. Yeah. Let's have a look at how the qualifying currently stands, although, as I say, we still have an hour and a half to go. Those are our 3 GT3 entrants. Actually, there's 5 GT3 entrants, of which, curiously, Viaducton's not in it. But that's our top 3. Is that our top 3?
Yeah, I believe so. It hasn't been updated.
I was going to say
apparently.
that's not quite right, because Gadget Huset is actually second. So we will we'll threaten that table with a hammer and swear at it, and we'll get that one corrected, because that'll be good to know how our qualifying times are standing. I can see what they currently are as we continue to enjoy the Viaducton car coming through the lap. So coming through Speaker's Corner now. I don't like calling it Speaker's Corner. It's no name corner as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I agree.
And double gouge is always going to be poo on.
That is poo on. That's just how it is.
You can't not call it that. It's simple as that. The Glam Racing 404. That's, again, a beautiful Audi. Now, I'm not expecting the Audis to do particularly well. I think the Corvettes will have a bit more of an advantage than we've seen from them, particularly where we saw at Interlagos. The Audis were very much at home there. Would you agree with that, Nick, or is that analogy completely wrong?
Well, I don't know the balance, because sometimes some of the cars are better at the low downforce, and some are better at high downforce. I would never count out an Audi B10. It's always driving well, and it's always going to be up there. But that's the beauty with Spa, because you can actually go both ways. You can have a low downforce setup on it, and just bet that you are fast enough on the straights. As we are getting some times up here, I think.
There we go. That's corrected. So this is how the quality times currently look. Half an hour down in our first qualifying session, and it's being led by. Yes. So there's a reason why the time column on the right-hand side is 10 minutes higher than it should be, and I'll explain that shortly. Now, so the Azatec squad, leading the GT3 Championship, are then leading qualifying, but not by a great deal, just under a second from the Gadget Huset car, and then it's Glam Racing a few seconds further back with the Viaducton in their maiden outing in the GT3s, and Surf winning and at the tail end of the field. Now, the reason why the time column on the right-hand side is 10 minutes higher than it should be is if a team does not take part in either one of the qualifying sessions, a default 10 minutes is added to their time. And remember what I was saying before, that it's their average time that's taken to form the grid with. If they miss a qualifying session, they essentially have a 10-minute lap time given to them. So that's why that process takes place. That's our GTE lineup. Currently the number 27, the MCM Motorsport car that was being driven by Ivan Aguado, is at the top of the tree, with ID SimSport right behind them. DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche in third, with the Juices car currently at the tail end of the field. But long time yet before we can start looking at how they stand overall. LMP2, well, that's a fairly straightforward table. There's only one in it.
There's one, yeah.
We still only have one of our LMP2 entrants, and there it is. It's of course it's Burst. They've been leading the LMP and DPI categories pretty much all season long, except for the first race. I think the category win didn't go to Burst, but But yeah, so that is Damien Scovron that currently has the keys to the number 94 car. And our DPIs, trio of DPI cars. So it is Burst at the top of the tree, but not by much. It is not by much, just not even half a second there between Burst and Unison, with XRL in their maiden voyage in the series. Again, not too far behind, only 1.8 seconds back, which in some racing categories is a huge amount. But again, when you consider one, the length of the lap, and two, just you're talking about how long you can go rather than specifically how quickly, a couple of seconds is not an insurmountable gap. So we could, again, like I said earlier, I very much look forward to seeing how our newcomers do in our DPI class. Still, Josh Hughes is in command of the car. You don't have to utilise multiple drivers of the team. You can have just a single driver doing the qualifying runs, although you typically see like the night driver doing the night session and the day experts doing the day sessions. It just, that's how you typically see it, but there's nothing stopping either one specific driver doing the lion's share of the driving. And that's a lovely livery.
It really is. And it's a lovely car. I enjoy that car. It's just, Cadillac have just really done a beautiful job with this car, making it stand out, both look-wise and also to sound-wise. But just as you were talking about before, we actually have the Burst DPI on top of our timetable now.
Richie Hoyer has put the Burst number 18.
But the top 3 at the moment is really close, even though it's an LMP2 in there.
And there is Damien Scovron, just coming down to Blanchimont. If we look up, the cloud cover is definitely there, so we may well be seeing that threat of rain become a little bit more materialised as the session continues into the chicane braking zone. It's always... there is the weather radar. It does look like the weather is staying away for now, but that's the thing with this area of Belgium. The weather can just appear almost out of nowhere. And when it rains very properly, as Damien Scotland. Wow, that LMP2 got very, very lively. Coming into the La Source hairpin. I always want to say that's the first turn because I'm too used to the Formula 1. No, got to do this properly. That's not the first turn in endurance circles. Damien Scotron's got no one to play with at the moment, as he's out there just doing the laps. I think Damien primarily did the laps at Interlagos as well, if memory serves. Oh, he's found someone to play with. I don't think he's going to hang on to them for too long.
And this is what I was talking about before. See the closing speeds. Well, the GT just moved away a little bit. Oh, as he's getting... That rear end is not his friend at the moment. But as he's getting closer and closer, you need to make a decision, because if you hesitate, you will hit the car. That's how fast it goes up there. But he's really just throwing that car out there, and he will not. Oh, as we see a spin for the DPI and P3, just huge out there.
Josh Hughes. Yeah. That's our newcomers. And the exit of La Source, so at the point they tried to deploy all the horses a little bit too eagerly, the tail has had, nope, don't want that.
Absolutely not. But, with the Damien trying to push the tires as much as he is, they might overheat, and he will go slower by actually going this fast, and he will not get a Christmas card from the tires. I will tell you that, because they are having, they're just melting as he's pitting now, and I think he will need to get some new tires on and get out there again and try it.
Yep, and Damien Scotland has brought the number 94 back into the pits. That car looked very lively, exactly as you say. But that's primarily they're going to be running as little wing as they can get away with. There's a lot of right foot that goes on at Spa, very much stark contrast what we my goodness, Peter Vagapov in the number 17 Unison car, sliding his way through where was that? It was Lake On, wasn't it? That it was just getting very, very squiggly.
And they're just trying. And they're just trying to get it as some of these drivers want to get it as loose as possible, because then they can really control it. You know, you want a front end that is really responsive, because then you can just throw it in where you want, and then you can control the back end. But when you get away with some of the downforce from the rear, you also lose a little bit of the stability of the car when you're braking, and it normally helps, as he's sliding all over the place at the moment, and now we will actually see him get up to a GT car and into Blanchemont. He's not going to be happy about this. Let's see if he's clearing it before, and the GT just moves out of the way before he actually get there and getting an issue. But yeah, that car is a bit lively, as you were saying.
Yes, it is, and that's the thing with team endurance racing, is that you can't just set the car up for one particular individual. Well, you can do it that way, but it's highly inadvisable to set the car up to suit one particular driver in the team. You have got to have a compromise in the setup. Some drivers will prefer the tail to be a bit more loose, some prefer more understeer type of setup, and as I was saying, because the downforce is much lower here at Spa than it would be at the likes of last time out in Interlagos, then some drivers just prefer the car to be a little bit more behaved. Some prefer the car to slide a bit more. We'll see how they do with the compromise setup that we will see, as the Viaducting car is now up into third in the GT3s, with the last time set, or the best time set so far, 2:18.489.
And you at the moment, having some issues. You were talking about the Corvettes being the fastest and the Audi not really performing that well here. But if we look at the top two at the moment, that's all Audis out there, because they were built for this particular track as the GT3s. Because this is where they are meant to perform, and the Callaway is actually just built for the German GT3 spec class. So yeah, let's see. It's also for a new team, the Viaductant, getting into this car. We don't know how much practice they have had before, and switching from a grunty DPI down to a grunty GT3 is still, even though the engines might be very, very close, the downforce level is something completely new, and they will be always feeling like this is not feeling correct.
Absolutely so, and my earlier comparison of the Audis, I wasn't expecting the Audis to do well. The Aztec Audi is quicker than most of our GTE cars, so again, I happily accept being completely off bat for that one as we continue to look at the Viaducting car.
The GTs is a class that we really haven't talked that much about out there. We are having Aston Martins and the Porsches out there.
There are some Porsches out there. We do have a couple of Astons. There is one of our Porsches, the DIS Sim Racing Land Porsche. That's the other team that we won't know who's in the car at any one time, because again, they do race from a centralized location. They have done all season long, so we always have to take a wild guess on which one of the DIS experts are in the Porsche.
It's an amazing car, that Porsche. They actually had to tune the exhaust down because it was making too much noise. It was but it was actually extreme. Normally at Le Mans, when you're out there, you hear the Corvettes before you see them, but the Porsche, you could hear them from the other side of the track. It was ridiculous, and it's an amazing sounding car.
Yeah, the GTE Porsche has a very, very distinct scream. The Corvette growls, the Porsche absolutely screams at you, and the Audi is just in the mixture somewhere.
It does, yeah. And there's a famous clip of Nicky Tim when the Porsche when they had their first, GT practice, where he was standing out, videotaping himself as we see a DPI going very, very late on the brakes here. That was squirrely. That traction did not want to get into the road as he's still in P2. But yeah, Nicky Tim was just like, that sounded okay, and then when the Porsche is getting by, he's just, you can see on his face, that was the greatest sound he has ever had. And yeah, it was amazing. And he's a character, really a character.
Yeah, also very true. Damien Scott-Front, still our sole LMP2 representative. Burst Squad have very much ruled the roost in our LMP and DPI classes. Now, 7.9 Axle usually their playmates. We haven't seen the 7.9 Axle squad so far tonight. Now, it could be that, and we did have this at Interlagos as well, there was a team, I can't remember who it was now, that didn't take part in qualifying and still took part of the race. Of course, they started from the back of the class. Qualifying, as you say, Nick, is not necessarily the be-all and end-all in a 24-hour endurance race, but it does kind of mentally prepare you for where you realistically sit in the pecking order. The mental game is not to be underestimated. You do still want to prove that you are the quicker ones even before the race has begun.
Yeah, definitely. And it's, also just being out there and follow how the tracks evolve and being on the edge. Because when you just go around doing a little bit of practice, you don't get the high intensity as you do in a qualifying session with the traffic and everything that is going on there. So yeah, we definitely as we see a low replay here.
Car done. It's caught the apex too much. Round it goes. And we would, I would assume that it hit the wall. We couldn't quite see through the tree, but he clearly hit the wall. Yeah, just caught that inner apex coming through Eau Rouge, and tyres said no, thank you.
Through Radion.
And top of the hill. Eau Rouge is the bottom.
Yeah, and he crashed at Radion. He crashed. Yeah,
it was the apex and Eau Rouge. Oh, we want to get into semantics, dude.
We are when it's this track with proper names for the corners, we need to be.
I'm not going to be able to out-argue the endurance expert, am I? I may well have been a commentator for a number of years, but I can see where that debate will go, and I'm not convinced on my standing on that one. As we ride on board with Peter Vagapov as he's coming down through Bruxelles, down towards No Name Corner.
Oh, he's not hitting that apex at all.
It was nowhere near it, was he?
No, he's having understeer and he's having oversteer. He's pushing that car beyond its limits. It almost feels like the DPI is lacking a bit of downforce compared to, it has a lot of torque, the DPI, which is really what gets it out of the corners. But yeah, it just looks like, as we see the Vardakten car again having a little bit of a moment. I think that's a crap right now.
Yeah, he hasn't made it yet. Oh, there he went. Oh, do it backwards. Go on. He might have more luck with it backwards. There we go. Tried to. It's not. Some might wonder why not just return the car back to the pits immediately like that. Actually, practicing driving a car in a slightly, shall we say, less than optimal condition is not necessarily that bad an idea, because everybody is always going to practice with the car in optimal condition.
Yeah.
But in the course of a 24-hour race,
that's a huge crash.
Oh,
that's a huge crash.
That's a very less than optimal way of driving the car. But if you've got experience, if you've practiced driving the car with a bit of damage on it, so it's not quite as well behaved as you might think, that could actually alleviate some of the mistakes you might make if the car is not going to do what you want it to do. If you're more expectant on, okay, it could snap like this, Especially if you've got fatigue going on, if you're in the nighttime hours, the last thing you really want is an unpredictable car.
Yeah, but you want a car that is stable for you, and then you want to practice that car so you don't crash it. I would rather practicing so I don't crash than practice.
After you,
yeah,
how it behaves after.
How I'm gonna crash, because that's not really gonna, that's just being, bit wrong there. And as we can see, this is it's an interesting pit exit actually, because especially when the DPIs are coming there, you're coming so fast, and the GTs are going very slow there compared, and it's just it's a nightmare getting out there.
There's our Azatec Sim Sport squad. So there will be the 5 drivers registered to take part in the car. Doesn't mean we'll see all 5 of them in the qualifying session. We may only see 1 or 2 of them. It's Maciej Kasperczyk in the car at the moment. Typically, as I was saying earlier, you will see 1 doing the daytime hours and 1 doing the night. And there is Maciej Kasperczyk. Of course, the Azatec Sim Sports logo emblazoned on his chest. It kind of reminds me of Iron Man and the cannon he's got in the middle of his chest. I mean, that's one way to get your opponents out of the way, I suppose, but it's...
Well,
they don't need any help. They've been blindingly quick in that GT3 car.
Is it also red gloves that he's wearing? As you were referencing, as you were referencing Iron Man, just with the red gloves as well. It's that's amazing. Yeah, but that Audi, as he's just getting a bit squirrely as well. They're all really being aggressive out there, and incredible that they can be that in the GT3s with the traction control. These cars are made with assists built in. And a lot of drivers want to turn them off. That's the wrong way to go about it. Dial them down, but turn them off, no, because they're made cheap. It's a cheap car. For a racing car, costing $500,000 is not a cheap, but it's a cheap for a racing car. But that's why traction control. Then they don't need as much downforce, and it's easy to drive. As we see the difference between GT and GT3 right here. GTEs have a lot more downforce. The GT3s also have worse brakes, and that's why they have ABS, just to be able to slow these cars down. As we see a humongous BMW here. That's it has always been a weird GT3 car for me, because it's so big. It's not as big as the GTE, but it's still a big boy, so unnatural.
True enough, and that's the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche that's just worked its way past it, doing a bit of racing practice in readiness for the 24 hours of Spa this weekend. Gerd Nielsen still in command of the Teleforeningen number 188 car, as there's 3 drivers lined up for the number 188 car. And again, I think it was Gert who mainly qualified the car last time around. Sorry, which wasn't at Interlagos. We didn't see the Teleforeningen car last time. But we enjoy their company this time. Not a bad turnout from our GT contingent this time, although we've actually lost a couple of our GT3 cars in the course of the session. Now, their times will still count. They may just opt to return for the nighttime session, or they just maybe had a technical trouble. Hopefully we will see them back with us, as Gert Nielsen will come over the line. 2:19.343 is still the qualified time for that car. That was a 2:20.0 last time round. There's Damien Scovron again, back on circuit with our sole LMP2 car. But hopefully we'll see a few more of our LMP cars last time in the course of the race. As, we did have a few of them at Interlagos, and they gave us a great scrap, particularly early on in the race. We very much enjoyed. And also at the very end of the race was when our pair of DPIs really came to life, as there was a very late penalty applied to it was the burst car that was looked fairly comfortably in the lead, and they suddenly had a penalty, and they were then having to fight for the win, which they did eventually score. Damien Scott-Ron, he's back into the pits this time. Going to continue that particular lap. That qualified time now is a 1:57.684, which, to put that in comparison to the Bertie Sport number 18, the DPI car,
That's close.
he's very close. Yeah, it's a 57.623, so it's half a tenth.
Ooh, that was...
Okay, Josh.
Yeah, that's not the way to get into the pits.
No.
No. And one of the things, with Spa and the pit entry is that, it's such a small gap to actually get into, as he's just reversing, and you never want to see a car reverse on a racetrack. But, you can actually get stuck there. I have had races where a car hits it so hard, it flips over and gets stuck in there, and then you just block the whole pit entry. But he just locked up the tires there. A very small pit entry.
It is very, very tight as well. I've seen a car manage to do the Austin Powers trick, and as they've turned in, they've put a little bit too much gas, spun it, and blocked the pit lane.
Yeah.
The nose is against one wall, and the tail is against the opposite wall, as Gerd Nielsen went a little too deep there into the chicane and over the line. So this is not likely to be an improvement on the qualified time.
It was.
Me of little faith, yes, it was. It was a 2:19.167, so it was an improvement for Gerd Nielsen. Marcus Steyer, that's the ID Sim Sport car. That's one of our Astons in the 166 car. There's the ID Sim Sports lineup. Michael Pedersen is a regular in this particular car, along with Thomas. Again, I struggled with his name last time, but Bjornart, I think it is. As we switch to Peter Vakapov in the Unison Racing DPI car. How much has he got to find? Almighty 0.2 of a second, which over a 2-minute lap, or near 2-minute lap in these cars, is a very, very tight margin indeed. But there's because the lap is so long, there's a number of places, quite a big number of places, you can lose those tiny little amounts that will bite you when your lap is complete. So let's have a quick look at the sector times. Where is the main difference? It looks like actually Peter Vakapov was on their qualified lap, was the quickest in the third sector with a 32.986, which is where Peter Vakapov now is.
He's getting out there. Yeah, that for me seems like he's a master of the bus stop. And it's really one of the toughest braking zones you will have here, because it's such a weird place to actually brake into, and the bus stop goes up when you're getting into it. So the car gets really unbalanced, and you're getting really slow, and you need to get more speed into it than you think, and then suddenly you have too much, and you're thinking that was a brown pants moment, and you will get way too deep into the corner, and then you actually have to get back towards the traffic when you're getting there. As we see the Aston Martin here, which is actually the fun story about the Aston is the engine in there is a Mercedes engine. It's not it's the GT3 AMG engine that is in the Aston Martin cars, because Mercedes were a part of, they were buying parts from Mercedes to actually build this GT car.
Okay. Learn something new every day, as they say. As we see Marcus Steyer completing his lap, 2:14.447 his qualified time so far. And what was this one?
He got a position there.
He did. He has gained a position over the Deuces car that has just changed hands. The number 74 car has just changed hands to Joao Barbosa. Good to see them back on circuit. A good effort there from Marcus Steyer. He's got 7/10 to gain before he can start challenging the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. So there have been a few time changes in the course of the qualifying session. There is Joao Barbosa just getting underway. There's another one of our Aston Martins, the number 74 car. So they currently occupy 3rd and 4th. The 27 and 45 cars, as mentioned, the MCM Motorsport car and the DAS Sim Racing Lab Porsche are at the top of the GTE tree at the moment. Well, that looks really bumpy coming out of the pit lane there.
It is. Yeah. And it really is, you know, there's no grip out there. And sometimes, you know, when you get out there, you get a car crashing and you will have debris in the pit exit. And, you know, so it's not an ideal place, but I think it's a necessary place. Because what would you else have people doing, you know, coming out of a Rouge? That would be fun, you know. Getting into a Rouge. Yeah. Surprise, a GT3. You know. A wild GT3 appeared.
I mean, the only other way you could do it is... well, no, you wouldn't... I was just thinking the only way you could do it is have them exit just after La Source, but it's just not enough space. You know, the pit lane garages, particularly for an endurance event, utilize as we see Gert Nielsen coming in. So you've got this range of garages here that, because, you know, mainly the Formula One teams would utilize. But for an endurance squad, they use this lot, and then there's another set right around the corner coming down the hill again. So, you know, they can't just pop out of the pit lane from the source. There's nowhere near enough space.
And they can't extend it because there's a big cliff. The mountain, you know, that it's on just goes straight down there. So they can't extend it so that they will endure in the Camel Straits. So that's a bit of an issue.
And there's Peter Vagapov again. Another lap. Chalking up another lap for the number 17 Unison car. 1:57.851 his time. There's Joao just starting. Could be his first time lap in the car. It's only one. Whoa, that's a slide. That's a big slide. Tony Janssen was the driver in the car just before him. And we see Wojciech Polesny, the Czech Republic ace, alongside Roy Dominic and Yuri Marki-Yaupi. We'll get to enjoy their company through the course of the 24 hours over the weekend, but it is Joao that has brought that car onto the Camel Straight. No one to play with and no one to duck out of the way from, at least for the time being. We'll ride on board with the number 74 for the time being. Into, you could just tell, right, the tail just... Everyone seems to be very, very loose. That is the nature of a low downforce car. As they turn in, there's nothing to keep the tail in check. And the downside of that, as Joao just demonstrated, the car really, really unhappy on the brakes coming into Bruxelles. Now into No Name Corner. A little bit happier with that, but again, just wanting to break away at every opportunity. Now into Pouan. And again, just every turn, the tail wants to break away from Joao. But he's pressing on nonetheless as we're heading into what used to be referred to as Camper Chicane. And again,
there's no front end grip, and you know, because they have it so loose that every time you see here as he's braking, he has to kind of counter steer, and then the car just won't stay on the apex, and he's just losing huge time.
Very true. Pressing on nonetheless, and now into flat out left-hander of Blanchimont. Chuck it in, get close to the apex, hold onto it. I mean, if the car lets go there, you have no hope in hell of actually saving it. Many a time I've seen GT cars bury themselves into the left-hand wall. He's opted to complete the lap.
Good bust up though.
2:14.3 is the qualified time for the 74 car. Does Joao improve on that? Yes, he does. A 2:39.90. And that puts him ahead of the ID SimSport number 166. And with that bit of a wiggle on the exit of La Source, we will have a word from our commercial sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec SimSports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the racing proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the digital snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting gtr24h.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for new forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the qualifying session of the 24 Hours of Spa here at GTR24H. It is the penultimate round of the 2022 EEWC season, and still everything to play for all four of our categories. As we look at Michi Hoyer in the Burst Esports Simplexity car, that's the DPI entrant, to start another lap. Currently top of the tree with a 157.623, which he's had for a little while. Damien Scoffron in the Burst Esports LMP2 car is actually the car that's already behind him on the timing chart. The second DPI car we have is the Unison car. Let's look at how the qualifying times currently stand for our four categories, starting with the GT3s. So it's shuffled around a little bit since we last looked at it. It's still Azatec Sinsport at the top of the tree in the number 585 Audi. Then it's the Gadget Husit 777 Corvette in second, with the Glam Racing 404 Audi in third, with the newly entered Viaducton number 1 Corvette in fourth with the Teleforening and BMW still pounding around trying to find their feet a little bit in the 188 BMW. Gerd Nielsen has been the driver of that one primarily for this qualifying session. In the GTEs, it's MCM Motorsport at the top of the tree in the number 27 Aston Martin with the DAS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. Only half a second behind them. Then it's the Deuces and number 74 car in third. And only 200ths of a second behind them is the ID SimSport number 166 car, which was towards the top end of the GTEs early in the session. That's Marcus Steyer currently has that one, but MCM leading the way in GTEs. LMP2s, well, still not a lot to report there, as there's still only one of them. The number 94 Burst Esports Good Sunglasses car has the Roar of the Roost with that 157.684, which is only half a tenth off the back of the lead DPI car at this stage. That just shows you how close the top categories are at the moment. Now, to have a look at our DPI class, as mentioned, the Viaducton team were in the DPI category up to this race. They have opted to change to the GT3 class, and we now have XRL Esports taking their position. So XRL only 7/10 off the top spot. Then is Unison in second, only 2/10 off of the top spot with the number 18 Burst Esports Complexity car leading the championship and leading the qualifying, but not by a great deal. Nick Domino joins me in the commentary box for this round. Glad to have you along, Nick.
Yeah,
so
it's fun to me.
Spa is it's just one of these tracks that's kind of ingrained in your racing DNA. It doesn't matter what racing sim, doesn't matter what your class of choice is. Spa is, everybody knows Spa, and everybody loves Spa, by generally speaking.
Yeah, it's just, it's a driver's track, and especially when we're talking endurance, some drivers like Le Mans, for the history, it's the first proper 24-hour race, and as we see a GT car getting, being really, really generous with the place of the track there, but Le Mans being, there for the history. Le Mans is not most intriguing track to be on. North's Life is just for the loons. But even if you talk with different type of groups who are really onto one or the other, they can all agree that Spa is just an amazing track, because of the oscillation, and the corners are amazing, and everything here challenge you, as we see Michi Hoya just really missing his brain spot, and he's actually going into the pits there. But there's a challenge. Every corner is a challenge, but every corner is you just have an amazing feeling when you get through there. But the drivers out there will not be too happy at the moment, because their tires are at the moment not really feeling that well. It's a bit weird to say it, but because the track is so hot, it actually feels like driving on ice. As we see,
the tires just get too hot; they essentially melt, don't they? So,
yeah, they do. But it's only the surface that actually melts, which is a bit weird. You should think about a racing tire as a Twix, actually. Where you have the hard part in the middle. That's kind of what you don't want to get down to. Then you have the caramel, which is like the tire that you normally you drive on, which that is where the grip are. And then you have the chocolate, which is really, really if you have it on a hot day, that will just melt off, and if it melts too hot, the caramel will still be won't stick, and that's kind of how it works.
I have never in my entire lifetime heard tires described as a Twix, but that's fantastic. But no, the analogy works though.
Yeah,
you've got the hardened part in the middle. You don't want to be getting anywhere near. If the outside surface is just not at the prime temperature it needs to be to offer the great grip, you're all over the place. It's I can't remember which tyre manufacturer had this tagline, but power is nothing without control.
No.
As we switch back to Maciej Kasperczyk in his part Iron Man costume.
Yeah.
As he is coming through, that's the Fanny chicane. Mine went blank there. I knew exactly where it was. I'd forgotten the name of it.
Yeah.
Now campus. So you can see with this Audi that he's getting much closer to the chicanes than we've been seeing from some of our GT cars, either GT3 or GTE. We're not seeing a huge amount of solid. He's even having a conversation with somebody to his left.
He's not even looking where he's going. Yeah, that's extreme.
What would they be? 220 kph looking
at least
to his left. Look at
at least.
minimum. that's confidence in your car.
Yeah, but and he
waiting
just,
deep into the
that's how. But yeah, the Audi has, you know, the engine is in the middle. Well, you would say back, but it is actually in the middle of the car. And so the center of gravity is really, really good. So that's why you can actually just, you know, have it with the downforce. You know, you can balance it as you want. But then you, as we'll see a replay of him actually getting into the pit lane here as it's going. Oh,
he went. Oh dear, that is him bouncing off the wall. Also, something else I just spotted: the XRL car. The under 48 now has changed hands. Adam Coates now has that one, so we'll see. Hopefully, look forward to seeing how he can do. He's gone for a kind of installation lap. He's brought that one back in. There's Mitchie Hoyer continuing to turn the laps. Has increased on the number 18 teams. Already impressive pole time. Well, it would technically be pole if that time carried through to the second session. We've actually seen Mitchie sort of actually have a mug of coffee or a mug of something whilst he's been driving as well. So Mitchie is a very cool character. We love having him on board. We actually love having all of our drivers on board. They're all amazing characters in themselves. We very much enjoy their company in the EEWC. As we now are coming down through Puon and into the Fanny chicane once again. So yeah, again, you're seeing the car is behaving a little bit more. So each lap they're doing, and they'll come back into the pits and may well change something. They'll discuss what changes they want to do with the squad before they make it, because of course any change that one driver wants to make or does make, just as I say that, I was talking about how stable the car was, and then it got rather lively coming out of Stavolo. But yeah, if the driver wants to make a change or does make a change, it's going to affect all the other drivers. So they do have to be very careful if they do make alterations to the setup of the car.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I'm actually not aware. Maybe you know this. Do they actually need to use the same setup for the qualifying as they do for the race? Because some cars, you know, they. As we see him dancing there.
Mitchie dancing there. That's because he set a new pole time, 1:56.619. So despite the fact that the car got lively,
and that's the second.
Use the same quali setup as race setup. What you want there, Nick? No, they don't need to use.
They don't. No.
Also, I've just spotted we have another LMP2 entry. One of our DPIs is actually our newcomer, has actually dropped out of the session. That's why there's only two of them showing. But we do have the 7-9 Axle team. A little bit late to the session. I think they did this at Interlagos as well. They were quite late to the qualifying session. Or it might have been Sebring that they did that. But 44 and a half minutes remaining of this first session. As a reminder, it is the first of two qualifying sessions we will see tonight. One session in the daylight hours and one session in the night.
That's a coffee break right there.
There we go. See? He's not on a push lap, I grant you, but yeah, nothing unusual there for Mitchie. We'll see him having a mug of something. As we see Maciej Kasperczyk in the Audi. Pressing on. Our DPI Exeter, which was the XRL car, Adam Coates, is now rejoining the session. So our third DPI is returning. There is the concentrated face of Iron Man, and there again, the tail on the Audi trying to get away, but grounding out as he's coming out of Lake Calm.
But yeah,
by.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, who was he being chased by? That could have been the Teleforeningen car.
It's Barbosa, I think, maybe.
I think it may. Yeah, it would have been Joao Barbosa in the 74 Aston. Yes, that's the Aston getting lively there as well. So yes, good spot there, Nick. That's definitely wasn't a BMW in the background.
It was definitely an Aston. Which one we don't know. We had two with the white button on it. So, but yeah, the Audi is having the advantage of the engine actually being quite far back, so they can be really aggressive with the nose and also with track limits, as we just saw there. While some of the other cars, well, the Porsche has its engine. If they could get it further back, they would. If they could have it trailing behind the car, that's kind of what they
on a trailer.
Yeah.
Now you can see in the picture there, that is the DIS Sim Racing Lab. So that is the unit that is physically connected to the server, and the driver hops in and out of it, as opposed to the normal way of doing things, which is the drivers, of course, all over the world, and one driver disconnects from the car, the other one connects in this place. Whereas at least they don't have to do the kind of traditional Le Mans kind of exit where someone has to actually drag them out of the rig. As Damien Scovron has just done a bit of lawn mowing. Where's he done that? That's on the way down towards that's out of the Fanny chicane he's done that.
Yeah.
So he's had a moment, the LMP2 car. I know what you were saying earlier, Nick, that the LMP, the DPI is slightly nicer to look at than the LMP. And there is the other one. There's Nabil Aslan in the 79 axle car. Great to see they've joined us for the session. The LMP, I know what you mean. The DPI car is a nicer one to look at. And there is our 79 axle squad, which is currently Nabil Aslan as Nakib Aslan. The two brothers will. But have they got a new? I don't recognise Inigo. I wonder if that's a new driver for them. That's the name I don't recognise. So look forward to seeing them. They do have Alistair Young, which is Alex Young's. Is it his brother, or I've forgotten what the relation is now. You can tell it's been a long day.
Yeah.
It is a relative of Alex Young. He sometimes struggles a little bit, or he didn't get on too well with the 79 Ascot, particularly at Interlagos, but much more open and flowing circuit for the number 21 car to see what it's capable of. Currently, Nabil Aslan is running the car through its paces. We'll see how they stack up to the burst number 94.
It has definitely been a lap of traffic. I think they're just setting up for new fast lap here, as we saw. And that's what you can get here with traffic. It's such a long track, but then suddenly you can have it all going horribly wrong due to a GT being there, and the GT3 in this case, they are perfectly in the right to be where they were. I see, just that looked interesting getting into to La Source there, but yeah, coming out great exit actually, and then you're just going downhill and getting into a Rouge and Radeon. It's so fun, in the LMPs that's too easy for them, but the GT3s, that's you need a bit of cojones to get through there, just flat out, and the correct setup, because if you have a bad setup, you will hit the wall, and when you hit the wall there, you will hit it quite hard.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that 79 axle car does look like it's going to need some work, because it just is misbehaving everywhere. It almost looks like it's being driven on a controller. It's so squiggly. So hopefully they'll be able to dial that out as we now look at the number 404 Glam Racing Audi. Now that's changed hands. That's now Jeff Van Nielen that has got hold of the beautiful purple and black Audi. Coming down towards Pooh and so there's the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. We saw a sneak peek behind the scenes for them earlier on. Back on board with the 404 again. Down to the Fanny chicane. Now, what time have they got on the board? 2:57.98 is their qualified time. They are about just shy of 2 seconds behind the Aztec Sim Sports Audi, which, considering how quick the Aztec's team is nothing to be afraid of at all. There is the Glam Racing squad. Again, 5 drivers in their lineup. We did have a bit of fun with Henrik Hoyer in particular last time, as we got to speak to Henrik during the course of Interlagos, and I do believe he ended up having his nails painted. He's for your benefit, Nick, his good lady is the manager of the team, so he ended up having his nails painted at some point, which okay.
That's how it goes sometimes. You need to listen to the boss.
How true. True. Also, bearing in mind that for the audience benefit, that Nick is a teacher, so if I really am out of order, he will tell me off.
I will. I will. But as we just are looking, as we're looking at the moment, the track temperature just since we came back from commercial break has gone up a degree, which is a lot. But we're still missing our rain that we were hoping for at the beginning of the session.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
But yeah, we still have time. I would definitely rather have it during the day, as we can, that's the weather is actually making a little bit of fun of us. It's raining above it and it's beside it, but not where we want it.
We had this. Monza is what production's screaming at me, and that will need explaining. Is that during it was me and Kieran during qualifying for Monza, we kept saying there's rain coming, and it never appeared. It was close. It just flirted with us. It teased us constantly, but just didn't appear. And we constantly saying, "Oh, there's going to be rain coming. The drivers are really going to have to think about it." And the weather just went, "No, I don't fancy that," and flew away. Oh, and Interlagos as well. There was no weather whatsoever. There was like a tiny green speck towards the whoa, Mitzi Hoyer. Oh, bit of team radio for DPI, or for Burst, I should say. I mean, we're not actually saying anything. It's just the radio's there, but he's got the Glam Racing Audi and the California BMW to work his way around. As you were saying earlier, Nick, the GT cars are indeed allowed to just kind of mind their own business and hold their lines.
Yeah.
And as it's expected for the slower classes, they need to remain predictable. They can't just, or it's inadvisable for them to jump wildly off the racing line to try and be helpful to those that are coming through, because the faster class would have planned their move a long way before they actually make the move. So what the faster class don't want is just to the point that they're executing their move, suddenly the GT car moves over to try and get out of the way and ends up then tangling up with the faster class and a big, horrible, twisted mess into the wall.
Yeah. And to that, just to add it, the drivers will always be advised, especially GT, stay on the line. I remember there was a interview years back when at Le Mans they were starting the AM classification, and they were being a bit scared of what is going on here, and they actually had Mr. Le Mans himself saying to the GT drivers, what they should do, and he was like, stay on your line, do what you want to, normally would want to do, and don't think of us. For us, you're just traffic cones, and it's our job to actually get, around you. But just as you said, just stay on your line, and that's the most important thing we can do. But in a qualifying session, it's always a little bit tricky, because the GT cars don't want the LMPs there anyway, as the track temperature has just gone up to 40 degrees, which is quite nice, instead of 39.7, 40.0 is a lot more attractive to look at.
You're like me. You like that kind of symmetry.
Yeah.
We don't want 139.9. We want 140 or something like that. We want those round numbers in there. Yep, Yuri's just like me. Yeah, Mr. Lamont, you would be referring to Tom Christensen, wouldn't you?
I will. Yeah, of course.
How many Le Mans has he won now?
9. He's on 9.
I was going to say 7, but I knew that was wrong.
Yeah, he is on 9. The last one he won in 2013 when Alan Simonson died. So that was the most difficult one you talked about.
There's Adam Coates in the XRL car. He's going to be catching the back of the Teleforeningen car. There's only actually one car not on track that's in session with us, and that's Damien Scobron in the burst number 94. All of the cars, whoa! Adam Coates went somewhat deep into the no-name corner and nearly tripped over the BMW there. Wrong replay. Never mind. So we'll catch up with the replay shortly. That's the Azatec car coming into the pits. Is that where he bounces off the wall? Yeah.
Yeah. That's when he just had a slight brush with the wall.
Paint the wall. It's a dark colour. So.
Yeah. Getting a little bit more color in your life. It's always it's always good, but it's not advisable. Especially with
method of changing colour.
No, I think it's very expensive in the long haul. That's just not gonna work at all. Yeah. As we just see, as he's getting track limits again. I'm a bit with the white lines. Oh, that's the car sliding.
He caught it.
Wow. How did he do that?
Wow, goodness me. And I can tell you, as I'm looking at the camera, his face didn't change a jot. There was no facial movement whatsoever with Michi Hoyer there. There could have been things said. There could have been, shall we say, clenching going on there.
Yeah.
He caught that one brilliantly well.
That's what we call a brown moment.
Very.
Code brown.
That's so. Talking about the second of our LMP2 cars, the 79 Axle car has set a time 1:58.990. As Peter Vagapov has just come over the line to improve the number 17 Unison time to a 1:57.442, about 8 tenths behind the mighty time set by Michi Hoyer earlier on. And we've got coming up to 31 minutes left of the session. As he's got Vagapov with a face full of Burst Esports. That'll be Michi, I think, that he had already ahead of him. That's one of our Astons. That'll be Joao Barbosa in the Juices Motorsport number 74. Currently top of the GTE tree with a 212.664, but only 62 thousandths ahead of the MCM Motorsports car number 27. So Joao Barbosa has claimed the top of the GTE class since the last time we looked. As we switch back to Peter Vagapov in the second placed DPI car. It's about, as I just shy of 8 tenths behind Michi Hoyer, and about 1.8-ish ahead of Adam Coates in the third DPI car in the session. Riley on board with the Unison number 17. That did not look happy at all. Coming through the final chicane. Now down to Campus. Hugs the inside line okay there, but did not look comfortable coming through the fanny chicane whatsoever. And with the fine margins we've got between each car in the respective classes, that is all it'll take to turn a potentially challenging lap into a wasted one.
Oh yeah, definitely. And interesting that we now maybe are starting to see the DPIs actually getting ahead of the LMP2s. As we saw earlier on, they were nowhere near, and I was like, with the temperatures that we had here, I didn't expect them to actually improve their times, because there's just no grip out there. As we see him overtake into the pit lane. What's going on here?
I was just saying, what just made me chuckle there was that Peter Vagapov, as he was coming up to the back of the Teleforeningen car, which is now in the hands of Michael Slot, he flashed his lights at it. Where did he expect the 188 car to go? There's nowhere. The pit lane is only just narrow. It's only just wide enough for them to be in it in the first place. He's not.
Yeah, but they're only allowed to drive the same, speed. So that's
Unless Michael Slot was actually under the pit lane speed limit. But either way, it's not like they're pushing for every available second of the race. We are still half an hour away from the conclusion of the first qualifying session, so possibly a little bullish there from Mitty Hoyer, but either way, he's back out on track and ready to go. As we see, he's coming into final chicane to start another time lap to still improve on the 56.649 time that we saw him. Sorry, Mitty Vagabond was trying to force his way past the Californian car, not Mitchy. Mitchy's just starting another lap. See if he can further extend his lead up front. Now, because we take the average of both the qualifying sessions, it is absolutely worth pacing any minor improvement you can find, because if you have a really bad run, yes, they have 2 hours set their best qualifying lap, but if they're caught out in traffic, if they have a disconnection or anything like that, and they have a bad second
that's going off.
Whoa! Did you? Wow! I hope we get a replay of this with Mitchy's camera on it.
Yeah.
Well timed production. Now watch Mitchy here. Now, if I've seen this right, did he let go of the wheel and catch it as he came into?
No, only with one hand.
He let go of the wheel and caught it. But either way, that was a lot of opposite lock there.
Yeah, but just when you go back to we take the average of the nighttime. That's the beauty of a 24-hour race. In the night, some drivers are just coming into test drive. They love almost every driver loves a cold track, but some just cope with it a lot better, and again, some cope with it better with the hot track. But also you have some might have a setup that is better for a cold track and for the night, so that might be there. And now he's going through Blanchimont with only one hand on the wheel. It's a human highlight reel.
That's so true. Very, very true. And with Mitchy Hoyer bringing the currently leading number 18 Bercy Sports and Plastic car into the pits, we'll have a word from our commercial sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the racing proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final part of the first qualifying session here at Spa-Francorchamps for round 5, the penultimate round, 2022 EEWC here at GTR24H. Chris Buxton in the commentary box with you, Nick Domino along for the ride and trying to teach me some Danish words and keep me on the straight and narrow. He's suffered me many years, poor man. But your maiden voyage with us here at GTR as we look at Adam Coates in the XRL's maiden voyage with us. Now, Nick, this is something I was meaning to ask you. You're far more experienced from an endurance standpoint, particularly from a driver standpoint, than I. What is your chariot of choice? What category do you tend to go through when you're driving an endurance race, either Spa or Le Mans or anywhere?
Prototypes, and if I can be in the LMP ones, I like that. You know, the old ones with the well, I say the old ones, you know, when Audi were there and stuff like that, and that also comes down to me being you know, Danish guy and some Christensen driving for Audi. That's probably where my love for that first came, but also just the LMP ones are. It goes so fast because you also have the hybrid element. You know, thinking about going down, you know, the M5 driving, and then suddenly you have an old Fiat 500 that can only go, you know, 5 miles an hour, and then you look at it and then you think, oh no, that's actually a Ferrari 488 GT, you know, a race car, and you're just passing it that fast. Around Le Mans, you are almost half a minute faster than the GTs. Oh, I see some better contact, and that's a BMW in the wall.
That's Gerd Nielsen. That's the Indian car. It's our sole BMW in. We're on the brakes as well.
Yeah, and
of getting a bit brutish there.
And that's the thing, as you can see here, the LMP car is actually trying to get out and take his normal line, and there's just no space because he hasn't cleared the BMW, and you wouldn't want to do that in a 24-hour race anyway, because as soon as you get in front of the BMW, you also would take all of his downforce. So I would always be really, you know, away from the GTs, especially in the braking zone, because you have to respect the physics of their car as well. So that's why I would normally, you know, coming from a prototype main driver, it's the more fun. Also, you're just overtaking everybody. on easy. You know, that's the fun part as well. But you have to make decisions so fast. The DPIs are fast, definitely. LMP2s as well. But the LMP1s are just having this magic button. You know, normally it's not a red button, but it's a button that you can. No, definitely. But it's a button that, you know, when you press it, you just disappear.
Okay, for context, ladies and gentlemen, this was going to come up at some point, and I actually had to explain it to our production crew before we got going. Earlier on, what would be 3 years ago, I think. 3-4 years ago when we last worked together. Nick is a brilliant interface builder for iRacing, and he would build in Apvo at the time. He would build an interface for me to use.
Oh, that's a card going way off there.
Mitchie Hoyer's got that all wrong. Again, manages to get that one recovered. He's just out there for, like you said earlier, Nick, he's a human hideout.
Yeah.
But so Nick would build the interface, and in the various buttons he would give me, oh wow, yeah, that went horribly wrong.
That's all, yeah. The bottom of the card doesn't like that.
No. But one of the buttons Nick would give me to use was a big red button that cleared the screen, because I'd inevitably put too many elements on at the same time. And the running joke that still exists, even though this is the first time we've worked together in a long time, was that he'd keep the button there, but he'd remove the code behind it. So I would frantically click the button, and either nothing would happen, or he'd have a something pop up saying "haha," something along that kind of line. So that's the big red button reference.
Yeah, but yeah, and that's a. You know, it was so fun teasing you with it, because when you're like, no, don't do that, I was like, I'm gonna hide your button, or hide the features, because the features.
Hide the features, not hide the button.
Yeah, but we see Mitchie Hoyer actually getting quite fast up here. Let's see if he hasn't been in the pits. I think he will be in the pits, because I think the tires might have been dead. And oh, that's the slide as well. As we will see a replay.
Mitchie's just gone past. So Adam, I think, was just starting a lap.
Yeah, I think so.
That's the XRL car. Just doing a bit of an odd line there, probably because Mitchie's just gone past it.
But that's a proper line for when you just wanna take when you're doing these fast laps, because you're not thinking about the lap before you just did. That's why you take that line, to actually get a more straight line onto to start finish straight, because then you can accelerate harder. And for some of the drivers it gives a little bit, and for most of them it doesn't really give them anything. But yes, as we actually can see with the temperature, it has gone down 3 degrees since we were on commercial break, and the skies are getting clouded, and we will probably not have rain.
Oh, look at that. That's going to be making people nervous.
It's going to be good.
So might we see some rain? I'm not going to get my hopes up, because again, Monza all over again. I'm not going to go through that, but we'll have a quick look at how our qualification lineup sits, and this is pretty much as we left it last time we looked, but the times are a little bit different. So that stunning lap from the 585 car, the Aztec Sim Sports by Falanti Racing Audi, still at the top of the GT3s with a 213.765, with the Gadget who sits number 777 Corvette with a 215.0. Then it's the Glam Racing 404 with a 215.3 on the board in third, and then fourth is the number 1 Viaducton Corvette with a 218.4, and the 188 Telefoiningen BMW that we saw rather unceremoniously batted towards the wall earlier on, currently in the tail end with a 218.6. Our GTEs, the MCM Motorsports car, Ivan Aguado has retaken that top spot again. That's a very closely contested pole spot in class, at least, between the GTEs. As Joao Barbosa has been in the 74 Duties Motorsport Club car for this entire session, and he for a while held the top GTE spot with the DIS Sim Racing Land Porsche only 4 tenths back, and the ID SimSport car only 7 tenths back. So very, very close. All 4 currently participating GTEs within a second of one another. Well, we've doubled our LMP2 lineup from last time we had this graphic up, and they're pretty close again. So still the number 94, Damien Scott currently has that one. He still holds the top spot with 157.4, but Nabil Aslan has been slowly whittling that time down. It's now 158.324, just 8 tenths behind in second in the LMP2s, with less than 15 minutes remaining of the session. And our DPIs, well, similar story here, still burst at the top spot. 156.649, still the glorious time which we actually saw Mitty Hoyer set and celebrate at the same time. And then Peter Vagapov in the 17 Unison car, 8 tenths back, with the newcomers, the XRL Esports number 48 car, in the hands of Adam Coates with that 58.116 their qualifying time. Just 1.5 seconds back, but still time for them to improve. Now, I did get a message from Maria Rinhack, who is the team leader of the 404 Glam Racing car. Oh, Vagapov, no. Just trying to brake on the outside of the circuit is not normally going to go well. He didn't hit the wall too hard, but that's a straight line back to the pits for the 17 car, and then hits the pit wall on the way in. Oh dear, that's slightly less glamorous there. Yeah. I had a message from Maria Rinhack, from the team leader with the 404 Glam Racing Audi, and I did ask if Onric's nails are painted, and she said not yet. So that one will
still hope. Hope.
Yeah, they're wondering how the 585 car, the Azatec car, has managed to get a 213. They actually raise an interesting point that we were touching on earlier, and we saw very dramatically reenacted, is that they feel like DPI and LMP2s don't think of the GTEs when they come in and overtake very, very close, which we somewhat saw with Peter Vagapov getting too close to the Teleforeningen cars. So, yeah, the GTEs aren't too happy when it happens, because it can cause issue. Well, it did cause an issue on that particular occasion, but if that happens in the race, that could really spell disaster.
Yeah, it definitely can, and that's always the thing, The GTs think that the LMP drivers are, idiots, and vice versa, But and that's because all of these drivers and cars are on the limit all the time. The limit is just different from where, in different classes and different cars, but they are always on the limit. And if you want to do a good race in a 24-hour race, as we see in Aston Martin, that was in the wall quite hard right there. But yeah, if
the ID SimSport car, that would hurt.
That's not advisable. It will not be a fast lap, as we see a bit of a slow. Oh,
that's Vagapov again.
Yeah, we have seen him a couple of times having some odd crashes. I think it might be PC issues, as it looks like there. Yeah.
Possibly. I'm now being told off by Maria Rinhack. She's typed in full capitals, no we don't. I'm not quite sure what she's saying, no we don't do. I think it's so they're not very happy. Well, Mitchy Hoy is now out there having a bit of fun. Just getting a lot of slide on the car now.
Can we have just him on, we need him on the stream while we're talking. He's having some fun experience.
Steering action going.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if we see Matthias Harvig out there on track, we'll see his impressive array of hats.
That's true.
Yeah, again, Maria Rinhack has basically made the point that we were kind of alluding to, which all have to be on track together and respect each car class at different braking points. Absolutely. I mean, it's one of these things that, yes, you do have to respect the different braking points, but it's the different characteristics, how quickly some cars will approach upon others, and just respecting the fact of where they will go. Okay. Maria in here was actually telling you off, Nick.
Oh, thank you.
So, no, we don't think LMPs and DPIs are idiots. So that was meant. So
it was more, a general way of thinking, more, so it's.
You keep digging that hole, Nick. I
know, but it's you always have that argument in especially in communities, who is at fault, and usually when you're a GT driver, the P1's at fault, and vice versa. Idiots might be a strong word, but it's just to get the point across. That but yeah, we all need to be here on the same time again, and that's really what endurance racing is all about. Actually getting these drivers to do it quite well and get a race on.
Right, less than 8 minutes remain. Maria again has just said yes. Chris knows I will comment. Absolutely, you will. And it's great that we have channels for our drivers and team managers to be able to actually interact with us, and we hope that you lovely people watching along either live or post-event are enjoying time as well. We do invite our drivers and team managers to come join us in the green room in between the sessions. Whoa, Richie Hoy, you've done it again. These cars are not built for drifting, but no one seems to have told Mitchy Hoyer that.
and that's the high track temperatures and racing tires built for going straight. It's not a great combination. And then Mitchy Hoyer trying to drift them as well. It's a combo that's not gonna be fast. I thought he was going into the wall there. How he saved that, I have no idea.
He seems to be determined to.
Yeah.
Every given opportunity. Stylish, yes. Fast, not particularly, and it's not going to earn any friends of the time manufacturer either. What's Peter Vagabov done this time? That's on the outside. Oh, whoa! Yeah, there's the undulation of the onto the track. Yeah, outside of Pouon, caught a bump and just off into the wall. You went there. There's Nabil Aslan in the second placed LMP2 car, the number 21 Sem9 Axel scene. The time from that particular squad. Let's see if they're able to improve in the remaining moments of the session. They do have the second qualifying session, the nighttime session, to find improvement there as well. So hopefully we'll get to see what they can do when they've had a bit more time to maybe change setup or what have you. As he's slowed that down now to line up for another lap. Away he goes. Oh, and again, that's gotten compromised before he's even got going. There's just no grip in that car. That's on board with Nabil Aslan. Even from this perspective, you'd see there again that you just could tell that's not a smooth turn coming through the source. It's just having to take several attempts to get the car to turn in, as we've had a yellow flag in Sector 3. That's Adam Coates in the XRL number 48 that's had some trouble again.
Yeah, but what we see now at the moment for the LMP2 is that he actually gets the nose in at the corners. We have a replay of our yellow flags at the top. That's
saw that. Yeah, as he's corrected a slide, it's snapped and just sent him off into Narnia, basically, just correcting.
That's true. Yeah, but as you see here, Aslan, the nose is a lot better right now. It looks to be a more stable car that he can push a bit more here. That the nose goes where he wants it, but then getting the rear tires being there. But at the moment he's really this looks like this could be a really great lap. And I see. That might have lost him a couple of tenths right there. The car just got a little bit of a snap oversteer as he got through the chicane. Let's just see what we can if we can get it out of Stabilo then just up the hill as we see a replay of him actually going through the chicane here. See now, and right there it just keeps on going, and he wanna switch it, and that can just be a little bit of the balance. But as we see him going into the bus stop now here, it's important to just hit the curb there. And no, he's actually going to the pits. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be.
It will be one last quick tyre stop, maybe adjust one last thing in the car and get that last lap in, as we are now just 3 and a bit minutes away from the checker flag falling in this first qualifying session. As we switch back to Michi Hoyer, still the top of the tree in the DPIs, still 1:56.649 is the qualified time for the number 18 car. He's just come through No Name down towards P1. This is where it went wrong for Peter Vagapov earlier on. It's gone wrong for several drivers, but Peter Vagapov was the last one to fall victim there. And again, it looks like that DPI car just did not want to turn in. And chucks it in. And with less grip than he would probably like on the car. But again, the downside of running such low downforce, as we said earlier, is because it manifests itself in just this very, very slidey behaviour from the cars. We now are screaming towards, roaring towards, let's be honest, in these DPI cars into Blanchimont. This will be a fairly non-existent corner for these guys. There will be enough downforce just about to keep them stuck to the road. Now heavy on the brakes. He's getting that one slidey. And it's into the pits again for Michi Hoyer. And into the pit wall for Michi Hoyer. Goodness me, 2 minutes to go of this first qualifying session.
It has been a qualifying session with drivers struggling to get grips with their cars, and I hope that as we just see, that's a slide and a half.
Slide, yep.
Slide.
Bang!
That's an expensive piece of painting on the wall right there. But yeah, just drivers trying to cope with the temperatures here, trying to get fast lap out there. It's gonna be interesting to see if when we actually get to the race, the big one tomorrow, how it's gonna work there. As we have now a little replay of or 2 cameras up there, 2 live cameras as the Aston Martin coming into the bus stop, as we have in the main picture here Ivan as well, P1.
Yep, so that is Ivan Aguado for the MCM Motorsport squad, top of the GTEs, along with the second place GTE, which will be Joao, has been Joao Barbosa. Is he still in?
Yeah, he is.
Yes, he is. So that's the MCM Motorsport and Deuces Motorsport GTE cars having an argument for the top spot. So 2:12.520 is the time from the number 27 car, Ivan Aguado. That's now the picture-in-picture as he's coming to the end of his lap through Blanchimont. Joao Barbosa has started his lap, just coming to the end of the Kemmel Straight and into Les Combes. Is Ivan Aguado going to beat the flag? Only just managed to beat the flag. Did he improve on his time? He did. He actually improved on his time that time around. The 2:12.429. Don't know who's caused that yellow flag as Barbosa has wandered off the road slightly, coming into No Name. So it's really pushing on, chucks it very literally. Can he get it to turn in? Coming through P1, barely manages to get the car back onto track. Now into the Fender chicane for the 74 Aston Martin. And it looks like Ivan Aguado, is he still pressing on? No, he's no, that's not Ivan Aguado, that's Michael Pedersen in the ID Sim Sport car that is the picture-in-picture. He's coming in. His day is done for this session. But what can Barbosa do? Down towards Blanchimont. The final time in this session. Hugs that inside line. He's got 2/10 to find, which of course has increased as this session's gone on. Now into the chicane, right over the first apex, and he's binned it. He's not opted to continue. He was a 10th down in the first sector. Well, not sure what his second one. He may have invalidated it. Ivan Aguado can now back off, but he may opt to continue if he feels like he's got more time to gain. Let's see what he chooses to do. On the exit of Pilwandon for him, there's not many cars still out there. Into the final chicane. I think the 404 Glam Rating Audi is still out there. Jeff Van Nielen is out there for the 404 squad. And Damien Scovron in the 94 car is out there. Whoa, Ivan Aguado. That's probably caused the end of that lap. There's the 404 car. Can they improve? 2:15.362 their qualified time. Was that an improvement? It was not, but it was very close. It was only a couple of hundredths away from their qualified time. What about Ivan Aguado? Is he still pressing on? And he was very wide coming through Stavolo. So is he into the pits? Oh, tail let go, and he's into the pits, but he remains at the top of the tree for the GTE class. So let's summarize then the quality results for our three classes then, before we head to interviews and our nighttime session. So GT3s, it is the Aztec Sim Sports by Volante Racing number 585 Audi with that storming 2:13.765. They set that quite a while ago and they hung on to it by 1.3 seconds over the 777 Gadget Huset car in second. Then it's the Glam Racing 404 Audi in third. Then the Teleforeningen number 188 did actually manage to overhaul the Viaductin car for fourth in the GT3s. It's about 2.5 seconds between third and fourth there, with the Viaductin maiden race for them in the GT3 class, having come away from the DPI class with a 2:18.489. That's our GT3 lineup. Now then, let's have a look at our GTEs. Let's see how the qualifying session went for them. MCM Motorsport managed to fend off the advances of Juice's Motorsport number 74 to hold on to the top spot by 2/10. And then it's the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche with a 2:12.942, just half a second down. And the ID Sim Sport number 166 with a 2:13.210, only 0.8 away from the number 27. So very close times in the GTE class. Our LMP2s, let's have a check-in with them. And still Burst leading the way by about 0.8 over the Sem 9 Axel. Now that time did improve from the 94 to 1:57.491. The Sem 9 Axel team late to the party were not able to improve on that time before the end of the session with a 58.324. We'll see how they do in the nighttime session. And finally, our DPIs, our three DPI cars, is it's the usual name up top. It is, of course, the Burst number 18 with that 56.649. Unison in second with a 57.442. With the newcomers XRL Esports only a second and a half back with that 58.116. Before we head to interviews, let's have a word from our commercial sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the digital snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the racing proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the qualifying session for the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, round number 5 of the 2022 EEWC here at GTR24H. We've had the first session, and now we have a chance to have a chat to some of our drivers before we get the nighttime qualifying session underway. The first driver we're going to have a chat to is Angel Benegas. Hola, Angel, are you with us? Angel is muted, so...
Yeah, I have no permission to speak.
Oh, no, we go.
Hi. Hola. Hi. Yeah.
So how did that qualifying session go for you? You're one of the drivers from the NTM car. How's the team feeling ahead of the second qualifying session?
Well, we are very proud. We performed a lot on the championship. We got the first position today in the first qualifying, so we are very, very proud because we started the championship fighting for the top 5, top 4, and right now we are on the first position, so that's very, very, very good. And the same feelings for the second qualifying. Try to make on the top and repeat again the first position.
Great stuff. So are you going to be in the car for the nighttime quali session?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Good stuff. Good stuff. So, is it just going to be yourself taking the whole qualifying session for the night time, or are you going to share the quali duties?
I try to make maybe the full qualifying. I don't know if I switch with one, but probably I do the fully qualifying.
Fair enough. And when are we? Do you know what stint you're taking the race tomorrow? Have you decided on who's driving which part of the race?
Maybe Van take the start. He need to get experience. He's the last guy in the car and he's doing a really well job. Maybe he start and then I switch with him. Probably we are 3 drivers on the car because we split with another championship at the same time. So yeah, that's the plan.
Nice and busy then for you, Angel. So Spa-Francorchamps is one of these tracks that is so well known. Is it a track you enjoy racing at?
Yeah, we enjoy a lot. We did a few months ago a 24-hour event with GT3. Was a good experience. So we had a lot of experience in this track. Will be a very long race, especially in the night. Very very tricky. But globally we love a lot Spa.
Excellent stuff. Well, we look forward to seeing how you guys do in the second qualifying session. Buena suerte. Thank you very much, Angel Benegas. Hopefully I say good luck properly in Spanish. That's what I was aiming to say.
yeah, right.
Good stuff. Thank you, Angel.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Seeing how you guys do. Great stuff. That's Angel Benegas, one of the drivers of the number 27 MCM car. Now, we have got 2 representatives from our new team from the XRL Esports number 48. We've got driver Adam Coates and team boss William Novak. Adam and William, are you with us?
Hello.
Yep. How are you?
Excellent. Right. Welcome aboard. Very glad to have you with us here at the EEWC. Adam, first of all, how are you getting to grips with the DPI car? Is it a car you're familiar with? How's the introduction to GTR24H gone for you so far?
Oh, the car's a bit of a monster. You've got to treat it right to get the lap time out of it. It's very rewarding. And the game especially. I'm very new to the whole PC side of gaming, and it's been a blast at the moment. I'm really enjoying it, and I hope this is the start of something big.
Awesome stuff. I mean, this is quite a way to introduce yourself to PC gaming and endurance racing by a 24-hour race of Spa. In exactly as you say, Adam, the DPI is known to be a bit of a monster. What prompted this race in particular to kind of bring you into the PC world?
Well, it's Spa 24. Good track, amazing race, such a big race. I just wanted to give it a go and see what happens.
Awesome. Certainly can't fault you there. And like I said, we're very glad to have you in amongst our organisation here. And team boss William Novak, thank you very much for coming to join us in the green room as well. So. What's the team mood coming into this event? Is there a particular target in mind, or is it just get to the end on your first race with us?
I think especially knowing you got the top 2 teams, so it's like kind of get to the top, see where we're at. I think we definitely have more of a race pace car than a qualifying setup, so I think we'll be a little bit more dangerous coming race time. But we're not new to the endurance world. We've more on Xbox, and this is our first race PC, so just getting into the hang of things and getting used to it, and then
And in fairness, your times weren't that far away from the established elite, so to speak. I mean, you're going up against like Peter Vagapov in the Unison car. And the championship dominating burst car as well, and you really weren't that far off the pace. Was there a particular target pace you had in mind coming into this qualifying session, or just simply as well as you could drive the car?
Honestly, I think it was just more of how we could drive the car. I mean, like I said, with us coming into PC, setups and everything are way different than a console is. So, like I said, we have more of a race pace, and I think really what we showed today was really impressive. I'm proud of the guys for that.
I would wholeheartedly agree. You've hit the ground running, very much so, in a car that really is not easy to come to terms with. So Adam, are you taking the car to the night 10 quali session, or is your day done?
I believe I should be doing 1 hour in the night as well. So hopefully we'll see what happens.
And do you prefer the daytime or nighttime as an endurance racer?
For the night. It's more dangerous.
Okay, a brave man. We very much look forward to the progress of the XRL team. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming to join us in the commentary box this evening, and of course we wish you the very best of luck in the remaining 2 rounds of the EEWC, and we hope to enjoy your company for many races to come. Thank you very much, Adam Coates and William Novak.
Cheers. Thank you.
And stuff. So that is representatives from our new coming DPI team, the XRL Racing Squad. Now we've got a lady I very much enjoyed speaking to last time, waiting in the wings. There she is, team boss of the number 404 Glam Racing Audi. Hello, Maria.
Hello.
How are you? And very important question, how's the cat?
The cat is okay. He was a bit angry earlier today because I was setting up live stream and I couldn't have him around me, so he got mad.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Now I've already asked the question, have you painted Onric's nails yet? And the answer was not yet.
No, not today. Maybe tomorrow, but he will also be driving a lot tomorrow, so I will have to do it in between his stints.
How's the feeling for Glam Racing today? Is everybody happy? Is everyone relaxed? Or are you having to discipline the boys?
I think right now we're in the middle 5 cars and we're third. Well, I wish we could do better, but again, like I wrote to you, I don't know where that 13 came from, but well done to Aztec. And I wish that we had a little bit more, but again, we just might see what happened in second one.
24 hours is a long time, though, as well. You're not new to this arena, yep. So it's all well and good being quick over a few laps. It's being quick over all of them that particularly matters. So are you going to be sat with the boys through the entire 24 hours, or do you have a stint where you'll be present with them?
Don't get me in there. Then I'll just start your truck instead. Fair
enough.
I think I'll just stay with my admin stuff and take care of social media and stuff like that, and then I'll let the boys do what they can do. So,
fair enough. Maria, it's always a pleasure to have a chat to you, and please do pass me any messages that you want me to say. It's always great to hear from you.
No worries.
I can't pronounce this correctly. I do try and say something in native languages. I was trying to say good luck in Danish, and I've just looked at what it translates into, and my brain's just gone, nope, can't say that. but
I'll just say, just stay with the normal tak, and we sees.
We will enjoy your company throughout the second. Who's taking the car in the night qualifying session?
Well, right now we have a couple of drivers in the line, but also I think we're just gonna maybe get Henrik in, and then we'll just see who's ready when. We have 2 hours, and then we'll just let people drive when they want to drive. I'm not forcing anything today, so.
Do you fancy having a go?
Me?
You?
I don't know.
Answered that one.
Again, I'm more of a... If I would go Rickfest and smash into people, and I'm not allowed to do that here.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I have to stay cool with the guys behind GTR, so I should not do anything bad.
Yes, you might get in trouble if you do that. Maria Magnetak, and we look forward to speaking to you as the weekend progresses. Thank you very much, Maria Rinhack from 404 Glam Racing.
You're welcome.
Right. So we'll have one more word from our commercial sponsors, and then we'll check in with who has returned to us in readiness for the nighttime session.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of Racing Proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the Racing Proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
the position I got right this time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the what is a pre-qualifying practice session for our drivers before the nighttime descends, and now you get an idea of just how dark it is. It's one of these things that Spa is not well lit, as you can see. You're very much relying on the car's headlights. Now, Interlagos was fairly well lit for the most part. There is not a single track light anywhere to be found other than right by the grandstands. We look at Nabil Aslan just dance around I think that is the Teleforeningen car. They become a little bit more tricky to identify. If that is the Teleforeningen car, that is Jan Brudgaard. Again, apologies if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. That's probably as close as I'm actually going to get. So not everybody has returned just yet. As I say, the second qualifying session is due to start in about 7 and a bit minutes. It was great to have a chat with some of our drivers and team bosses, particularly from our newcomers, the XLL Esports team. But what is this? Have you driven this track in the dark, Nick?
I have. You can't see anything. And it really is. You can't see anything. Bus stop is actually the darkest corner you will get to. Especially because you rely so much on objects around the track for your braking spot, and you can't see them in the dark. And when you have the cars coming around, you have different shadows all the times. So it becomes really difficult, also because you kind of wanna, when you get there, you think, oh, it should be there a bit later than it actually is, and suddenly you are in the middle of the corner. But yeah, driving around here in the night, you kind of have to turn your mindset off and your brain completely off, and just go on what you feel, and get into the rhythm, and then you will be really, really fast. But something that's actually quite interesting, that now we have gone to the night session, it's actually warmer air temperature than we had during the day. We are 3 degrees hotter than what we actually had the hottest temperature before. But we have track temperature that will be a lot better for the tires. The tires will have happy days now, and will be resting until tomorrow. But these drivers will still demand a lot of them, because they will. Absolutely. They're just, going to the extreme as we just lost a car there.
Will Mitty Hoyer be the one to slide the car around? As we're transitioning the session. That's why the cars suddenly disappear. So it is now at the bottom of the hour, and the 2 hours of nighttime qualifying is just now getting underway. So that's what causes that particular moment. And the first car to break cover looks like it's Damien Scovron in the number 94 LMP2 burst car, closely followed by, it looks like, Adam Coates in the number 48 DPI car. And there we go. We've got several cars not wasting any time and getting straight on with the job. So Joel Barbosa back in the number 74 car for the nighttime session. Mads Hedegaard in the 777 Gadget Huset car is also out of the garage. The DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche is on its way. Henrik Hoyer, who is the partner of Marie Rinhack, who we were speaking to earlier on, the man who had his nails painted in the course of Interlagos. He is in charge of the 404 Glam Racing Audi. We've got a few less cars now the session started than we had before, but as we saw before, we will have it is possible for cars to join us in the midst of qualifying. They don't all have to be in right at the beginning of the session. So we'll now get to see how well the drivers do in the nighttime session. The track temperature is just 13 degrees. So yes, the tyres certainly won't boil. It's going to take a few laps for them to get up to temperature properly.
Yeah, and you need to massage them. You need to treat them. You need to whisper to them. maybe take them out for dinner before you really hammer it down, because these tires, if you go on them too fast, the top, you will just melt the chocolate of the Twix, and the the creamy bits, the caramel won't be ready. So you need to get the heat into the caramel as well. And I can just see Chris just losing it there. But it really is that way that the tires works, But yeah, these drivers, they will take it a little bit slower, and now they need to get into the rhythm of driving in the dark, changing their vision to the dark as well. It's going to be interesting who will get down there and just get the fastest lap, because we might get down in temperature really, really fast on track temperature, and then we will have again an icy track, just as we have with a hot one. So and this is where the different setups might come into play.
Very true, yeah, and I mean no disrespect. I think it's a hilarious analogy for how the tires work, but it is actually quite an accurate description on how the outer surface, the outer contact patch, can really melt away if it's not brought into the correct temperature range in the right ways, either managing it properly on a hot track or bringing them in the right way on a cold track. You can easily just ruin them before they even got up to, or before the core has got up to a proper operating temperature, as we look at Joao Barbosa and the number 74 Duties Motorsport car setting his first time lap, or the team's first time lap in the night session. There's a few more cars have joined us since I first mentioned about that. We have all three of our DPIs back with us. Both of our LMP2s from the last session. We've got 4 of our GT3s. Not 100% sure who hasn't reappeared yet. And all 4 of our GTEs. So I think from the earlier session we're just 1 GT3 down, which is good to see, as we continue to see Adam Coates, who has recently migrated across to the PC side of endurance racing, as he mentioned. But with that consideration made, their times really were not that far off the top times, and as Adam was saying, the DPI is a bit of a monster to have to try and get to grips with, as we see Adam just run over the curbs of the chicane. What does he get on the board for XRL? It is, wait for my timing screen to tell me. It'll tell me shortly. There it is.
159
on the board. Where's he gone?
He did a 159,
159
flat.
Yes.
Yeah,
Good.
but he just got overtaken by Damien, as we see right here, doing a 158.7. And again, some of the things that we saw in qualifying 1, where the LMP2s are actually faster than the DPIs, and they shouldn't be, because they have less aero and less horsepower. But this Gibson V8 is nothing to cry home about. It can really go, and with an LMP2 set up correctly, it can really be fast out there. And this is a great shot of what drivers can see. We right now can actually see quite a lot more than the drivers. Quite a lot more. So yeah, just imagine taking that almost half of what you can see right now. That's what they're going for, and they're just doing extreme 200 kilometers an hour through corners and braking zones, and just braking 100 meters before turning in and hitting the apex, and they can't see anything. It just by instinct alone and track knowledge.
Absolutely phenomenal to see, and Damien is really not putting a wheel wrong. But this is something you can give a bit of insight on, Nick, because I've mentioned before about how all of your visual references completely change in the dark. Things are still obviously physically in the same place, either braking boards or where grass may change into AstroTurf or a marker on a wall. they're all still physically there, but because you're having to rely much more, exactly as you said, Nick, on kind of muscle memory and track knowledge, those subconscious, those kind of subconscious visual references you'll use are all totally different in the dark.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, the more you have, the more laps you have done around here, you will, you know, you can do it almost in your sleep. You know, you need to, after a couple of laps, they can just close their eyes and visualize the track where you go. And I think, you know, when you have done 3 or 4 laps, your mind kind of gets used to what is out there, and the limitation in vision is not as bad as we think it is, or as we make it to be, because the mind and your eyes are getting used to react this way. And for some drivers, it's actually faster during the night because they're not looking at everything else; they're just looking at where they're going.
That's a fair point, well made, as we ride on board with Adam Coates in the number 48 car. And again, that is looking very, very squiggly. He did say he would be potentially taking the first hour of the nighttime session. That is the driver lineup of the XRL Esports team. William Novak, their team boss, also listed as one of their drivers. With Leo Yates, Josh Hughes, we did see as well in the session Joshua Sutton-Wood and Jaime Higuera, Spanish contingent. So in the team, we very much look forward to seeing how they do, and if these early indications are anything to go by, and some kind of Larry moments from at certain points, that the actual raw pace is pretty good to see. As William was saying, they're not new to endurance racing, they're just more new to the PC side of things, which does have its own subtle differences. You change from a console platform to the PC platform or vice versa, there are still those subtle differences that you have to get used to in just how the game feels and how the engine works. You know, all these things you have to get used to, and whilst trying to race for 24 hours, not that one person does it, but you know what I mean, as part of a 24-hour racing team, going lap after lap after lap after lap with tiredness and fatigue and what have you. Things you don't want are things you're not used to. So they've done pretty well to hit the ground running.
They have, and one thing that, you know, I just caught a bit of the interview, you know, they think that their race pace is really, really good. And that might be because they maybe... Oh, the human highlight reel is on us again. That was... Wow, that could have gone so wrong, and he almost took a GT with him there. He's pushing really, really hard. Michi Hoyer here, and, you know, that can go so wrong. Still looking for what they want to do, and, you know, if their setup is this unstable for the race, they might be the fastest, but, you know, if they make these kind of mistakes during the race, it will be easier for the other guys to just catch them. But yeah, just getting back to the point, you know, they might not actually use a qualifying setup. They might use their race setup, but just with less fuel. Because they have gone used to, this is the setup we're gonna use, and this is the one we're familiar with, so this is the one we keep on going. As maybe Michi has a qualifying setup that is less stable here, so he might not be as used to that setup as he's for the race setup, as we just see a huge amount of sparks from that DPI. It looks amazing in the night.
It always does look pretty impressive, but also it could actually be that the other drivers, even the burst squad for the number 18 car, prefer the setup the way it is, and it's Michi that has to adjust to it. That is another thing that you have to bear in mind. When you have multiple drivers sharing a car, the setup physically cannot suit everybody. You're not allowed to change the setup per driver. The team would love it if you did, but that is not allowed. Once the car enters parc fermé conditions, the setup is fixed. Like it or lump it, that is what they have to use. So the driver typically adjusts to the setup as opposed to you set the car up for one person and everybody else adjusts to that. You typically find the best medium between all the drivers, and each driver in turn then makes those subtle adjustments to get used to the car. But all night long, this car has been all over the place. But Michi Hoyer's still delivering the times with it.
Yeah, and you can see now we have the luxury of actually being able to see him sometimes with his amazing coffee cup as he's just blasting through the corner here. You know, he doesn't really seem to be. As he's spinning here again.
Gripping either.
No, but he doesn't seem to be happy with it. You know, and just he seems to be all over the place. And it's let's hope it gets better for them. And even with that, he's actually getting into pole position, being even faster than the LMP2s, as actually were at the top before.
Speaking of the LMP2s, they had a little bit of distance between them in the day session. They only have half a tenth between them this time around. A 58.784 for Damien Scovron in the burst number 94 car, and 158.842 for Nabil Aslan in the number 21 Zone 9 axle car. So they are very, very close at the moment, with the number 48 XRL Esports car is only about 6 and a bit tenths off the back of Michi Hoyer's time in the number 18 car as he's brought that one back in. Whoa, Michi, steady, sir. Peter Vagapov yet to get a time on the board. Just updating my timing screen to make sure that is the case. Yes, he's out there, but he's yet to get time on the board. There is the man in action. As you can see the picture there, as he is throwing that car around. The only time that face changes is when he's actually having a sip of something from his mug.
Yeah,
it's the only time we've seen. When he celebrated when he got that time, mighty 56 in the daytime qualifying session. It changed then, but he's been really pounding the laps pretty hard very early on in this session.
Yeah, he has, and you know, with the way he's driving, if I was in that car, I would need new pants every single time I went into the pits. And with the qualifying session, that's quite a few set of pants. But yeah, he's really attacking the track out there. And what we just saw from the XRL Esports team, that actually looked fairly planted out there, and it looked really safe and something that I would like driving if it was me in the car. And Michi Hoyer is definitely not something for 24 hours, because he would have to stop, you know, every 5 laps to get new tires, because there's just no more tricks on there.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's all well and good being blindingly quick for a few laps, but they've got a very long way to go over the course of the weekend. As we now look at Peter Vagapov, who's now looking to get the first time lap on the board for the number 17 car. Unison Racing, I'd say black and purple. The only way we know that is because of the picture on the actual driver display. But trust me, that's what the colours are. That's a bit hard coming into the chicane. Pressing on unfazed by that as he's now starting. Yes, I think that's him start. Oh no, that was him setting a time. 158.628 on the board now for Unison Racing. Puts them in the middle of the DPIs, just 2 tenths off of the burst number 18.
That was a really good lap and a strong, you know, first outing there. As we just see what I was talking about with the DTs or DTs just coming out of the pits there, just having to jump out of the way. But we saw him have a, you know, they were 7 tenths after in the first practice one, and here they're quite a lot closer. So, you know, we got a battle on our hands at the moment for in the qualifying. That's gonna be good. And the car is just it goes in and it goes where he wants it. As I said, that he's getting a trick there. So but it looks for me better than it did earlier. So as we're having some yellow flags out there, but
who is that for? That is for Michael Slot in the telephone in number 188 BMW. As we now have our fifth. It was our GT3 leader. I hadn't spotted they hadn't returned. The 585 car has now joined us. They haven't lost too much time though, so they'll get into the swing of things. There's Damien Scovron, the number 94 Burst LMP2. He's not pressing on. It looks like he was giving room to someone, but not sure who. He's nicked the top spot again. 58.091 is the time Damien has put on the board. So he's hogging the keys to the number 94. He doesn't want to share the toys.
No, that definitely not. And the air temperature is getting down as well. So 18 degrees. Track temperature has fallen just a little bit, 0.3 since we started, which is so the track is kind of where they are. But the air, because it's getting so much lower, the engine actually gets more power. Because cooler air gives the cars more power. As we see, he slows down because I think he wanna get that GT cleared. Where he will lose the least amount of time for the GT car because he has backed off, which is a really smart move because he will just take it up here. So without trying to interfere too much. That's at least what it looks like, which if that's the case, fair game to him, because that's sportsmanship right there. Don't interfere if you don't need to.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got nothing to gain by tripping over each other at so early in a qualifying session. As that yellow flag was Michael Peterson in the 166 ID Simsport GTE car, as Damien Scovron has brought the Burst number 18 back into the pits. No, that's the wrong one. Burst number 94, beg your pardon, the LMP2 car, back into the pits. Mitty Hoyer is still out there, actually in the number 18. So who are we looking at? That is Mitty Hoyer that we are looking at. 1:58.421 is the time that he last put on the board. Chased for that top spot by Peter Vagapov again. Does Mitty Hoyer improve? Let's let him complete his lap, then we'll have a bit of a summary on where we currently stand with our qualifying times.
I think he's going for a flyer here. I think he's going for a flyer.
I think so.
Yeah.
Stick with Mitty Hoyer then. Let's let's go on board with it. So again, we get an idea of what the fastest class with the least amount of visibility has to deal with.
You can't see the top when you're getting through a rouge. Ready on, you can't see it. It's a blind corner, and you're just flat out through there. It's crazy, and getting here down to Lacombe, getting hitting the apex. That's the best I've seen that car so far, and you can see the focus Mitty Hoyer is having at the moment. He's going this corner's such horrible because the car just want to go out. You need to keep it in there. Now through No Name, just keeping within the track limits, just getting into the braking zone for most. Oh, a bit of twitch, but he's keeping it there, not losing too much time into the fender chicane. Let's see, these corners, they're so long. When you're not there, they really are long, and you need to keep out. And as we see yellow lights flashing there, let's hope it doesn't affect him too much. Getting out of Stablo is a bit tricky, as you can see, just correcting a little bit there, because you're going out so fast there, and these cars are so much on the limit because you're putting so much power down to track. And it looks, I think we will have a new pole lap here if he doesn't butcher it in the chicane. As he getting that correctly. Yeah, that's a great lap. Let's see what he will get across the finish line here.
Let's have a look indeed. What does Mitty get for the number 18 car?
Wow.
For it.
Wow.
56,637. Truth alive. You said that was going to be a good one, and you were not wrong.
That's, yeah. If you get, yeah, you know, the marker has been put down. That's a gap now of 1.9 seconds.
Yeah, 1.97 seconds over Peter Vagabond. Let's have a summary then of how our qualifying currently looks. Now that I think most cars have put a time on the board so far. This is how the GT3 cars look. All 5 of them have returned. DSR Gadget Huset are the ones with the top time at the moment. Now, as you can see, not everybody has set a time, so this grid lineup is based on the average time you can see on the right hand side. So this is how the grid would form for tomorrow if the qualifying session ended now, which of course it won't. It has another hour and a half to run. So Gadget Huset currently at the top of the tree with a 2:15.932 average with Viaducted. They'd love to start second on their maiden race in the GT3 class with the 2:18.9. Then Telefor Inningen with the 2:19.0. With Azatec and the Glam Race car yet to set a time in this session, so that's why a default 10 minutes is added to their time, which makes 11:06 respectively. In the GTEs, it's MCM up top again with a 2:12.999.
Wow.
Only 44 thousandths ahead of the GTEs Motorsport number 74.
On an
average time over 2 minutes. Struth. Bit of a difference then back to the DIS Sim Racing Lab portal, but they've only got a 2:17 in this session, so I think it's fair to say they've got some time to find. And the ID Sim Sport 166 has not set a time in this session yet, so still times out there to find and still positions to decide. Our LMP2 lineup is still only 8/10 apart, with Burst in the top spot with the 94 car with 157.791. And the 7.9 Axle team with 158.583 as their average time so far. So, again, still laps to complete, and it's still Skovron and Nabil Aslan in control of those respective cars. And the DPIs are in the same order they were at the end of the first session. 156.643. Look at that. So Mitty Hoy has actually gone quicker than he did in the daylight hours by the tune of, 12 thousandths of a second?
Yeah.
And he's still got an hour and a half left of the session. And he didn't even celebrate. He celebrated the end of the last one. And I think he did it partly one-handed. Incredible effort for Mitty Hoyer. Then it's Unison in the 17 car, 158.035. And XRL, still with time to find, but still doing pretty well for their maiden voyage with that 58.604.
That was a hammer of a lap time, you know, just putting it out there. Now we will probably see him goofing off a little bit. I would say, you know, just having a little bit of fun, trying to see where he can get a bit of time. But now he has put the marker down. The pole position is you know, for me done. Ooh, as we see a little bit of a correction here with Adam getting that's fine.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
So basically, Mitty Hoy is you're getting within a couple of seconds of my time. Hold my coffee. You know,
yeah.
Go with this. What's Viaducting done? That's going to be a crash onto the pit lane exit wall. Yep, there he went. Did a lighthouse impression of the pit lane exit after having stuffed it into the wall at Radion. Ouch. Still going though, but I suspect that they did a crab impression, and during the course of the first qualifying session, they looked determined to try and do it again.
Oh, definitely, yeah. But that car is completely broken. But it you know, everything will be if you hit it with a wall that fast.
That hard, yes. There's only really one outcome to that, and that's a ranged car.
Car versus a wall, the wall will win 11 out of 10 times.
Tends to be the way, yes. Oh, goodness me. Well, that's another trip to the pit lane for the Viaducts in GT3s, or GT3 car, GT3s. More than one of them, apparently. Nope. Azatec have appeared. Yep, the 585 car has now set its class-leading time of a 2:15.134. So they've retaken the top spot of the GT3s. It didn't take them long to do that. It's Alexander Sesha, who we spoke to last time at Interlagos. He is in the car at the moment. I think it is him that's done 2:15.134.
That's again a one banger of a lap. Just was 1.6 seconds in front of the next GT3. Just
in the DSR Gattuso car. Yeah, that's quite impressive, and quicker than the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porter as well. But they've only got a 2:17 on the board, as we mentioned. So still time fine for them. It's truth. So it's good to see that people aren't just relying on the timer. Sometimes you'll see, I've got a bit of time, I don't need to go out straight away. Whereas most drivers in this session have just got out there and got straight back on with it. They're not kind of leaving anything to chance, which is good to see. Also good to see, I've just spotted the XRL car, the number 48, is within 0.02 of a second off the back of Peter Vagapov in the Unison Racing 17. So Adam Coates has found some time. As we continue to watch Damien Scavron, just adjust his seating position there. Again, a face of concentration in the number 94. Chasing the sister car, the number 18. Got a bit lively.
And he's regretting that immediately.
Whatever he just said, we probably couldn't broadcast it anyway.
No, that's true. and that's the thing, these drivers, you're so much in it, and it feels weird to say it, but you have so much adrenaline through your body, even though it's the same racing, but because you're so focused, so you don't really have a filter on, and that's the thing, because you're just so focused, as he's just diving onto the inside of the GT that didn't really pose too much of a threat there. The GT seems to give them quite a lot of room here, because it's a qualifying session. Nobody needs to be in the way of everybody else, so that's great.
Very, very true. As Damien just dances around one of the GT cars, didn't quite spot which one that was.
It was an Aston, right? I think it was an Aston. Yeah, that's an Aston.
Yeah, I thought it was the DIS Porsche, and I think you're right. That is, judging by the lights on the front, that is actually one of the Aston Martins. Damien Scavron on the left-hand window. He's not in both windows, I promise you. Oh, there we go. Oh, it was Angel Benegas. You were absolutely right. It is the 27 MCM Aston Martin. As they continue to do the laps and do the business here at Spa-Francorchamps. Straight back into the pits then for Scavron. Deal with that 58.091 on the board as Spaniard comes over the line to start a lap for the number 27 car. Now he's chasing Joao Barbosa, who has claimed the top spot in the GTEs at the moment. Of course, I'm looking at the timing screen for this session. The summary we had earlier is the summary of the average of both sessions. So whilst the top GTE time currently belongs to Joao
Peter, that was a wiggle.
So you managed to catch it. And again, those NMPs and DPIs still look very reluctant to turn. And the track temperature is continuing to fall. It's now down to 13.3 degrees because, of course, we're simulating about 1:30 in the morning. So, it's going to be a little bit chilly. The air temperature is continuing to fall as well. So, grip may be at a bit of a premium as Peter Vagapov nearly wanders off the road coming through Pirwam. But those prototype cars still look a bit of a handful.
As we just see a little bit of the BMW of Gerd Nielsen here in the Forening car. Oh, that's enough. That's enough. Yeah, just pushing it a little bit too much there. reversing slowly back onto the... Well, he's still on the gravel, so that's fine. But he just overshot the he just overshot the chicane and just got 2 wheels onto the grass and stopped it. But it didn't look... He didn't hit the wall there, so that's quite nice. If you have to get it wrong, get it wrong in the right way, as we see a Aston Martin having a little bit of a fun with the car there. Yeah, but he's back on track there, and amazing to see, just getting it on there. But the GT, it seems... Who do we have there? That's the 166, right? ID Sim Sport car right there, flashing its headlights.
Yeah, that is indeed the ID Sim Sport car. That's Marcus Steyer. That is out there at the moment. There's Gert Nielsen. You can see in the picture our elder statesman. I believe he's in his 60s, if I remember from the interview that we had with him. Correct, being confirmed by production. So fair play, Gert Nielsen. So still showing that he can race, and again for still get out there and get on with it. Maybe a little bit off the pace, but he's still giving it his all. So absolutely love to see that.
Yeah, it's amazing having a guy, racing is for everybody. And sim racing really is for everybody. Doesn't matter. Yes, he's just waving. That's a negative move right there. But it's it's great to see. Sim racing can gather everybody for the love of just racing, which is amazing, and it's a great community to have. Driving around here in circles. Being a bit weird, but we're weird together. That's how it is.
Yep, 100%. There's Angel Benegas once again, or was Angel Benegas. I just had a message from Maria Rinhack saying, we love Gert as well.
Yeah.
It's great to see Gert giving it everything he has. Oh, Mitchy Hoyer again. How sideways is he this time? Well, he's scraping along the ground. Where is he? He is... That's coming... He's just gone through Stavelo, I think. Oh no, Bruxelles, beg your pardon. He's at the top end of the lap. I find it a little difficult sometimes to spot the visual references as well. So Mitchy... There's P1. Just catches that inside curb before swinging through towards the Fanny chicane. Is he still top of the tree? Of course he is. He's improved on it last time we looked on it. Looked at his time. 156.510 now on the board for Mitty Hoyer. That's 1.6 seconds between yourself and Peter Vagapov, as Peter has improved on his time. A little bit deep. Coming through Stavelo, that's using every pixel he can. Now towards Francorchamps. Does he complete the lap or does he park it? Well, he's utilising all bits of tracks, so this would indicate he's really pushing hard. And we'll see what his time is when he crosses the line, as there is Carl Liekegaard, the multicoloured Gadget Huset car. There's the Gadget Huset squad.
He's been in that car for a while now, and
he's pretty much had it all session, I think. Oh no, we did see Mads Hedegaard in it earlier on. Matthias Harvig is the hat wonder from last time. Steven Slarsgaard and Michael Ciclioni also due to take the car on as the session continues. Again, another message from Maria Reinhardt. Gert might be one of, if not the oldest driver in GTR24H, but he is one of the loveliest people that you will ever find. And when we spoke to him at Interlagos, I would wholeheartedly agree. He was a lovely man to speak to. Everybody we spoke to was very nice and welcoming to us, as we see Carl Liekegaard dive the Corvette into the pits.
That was a bit odd, because she was actually putting in fairly decent sector times there. I think that would have been an improvement. if he had put that time in. But I can see here from when we saw it last, when the Asetek SimSport guys put down their first lap time, he has improved quite a bit. 7/10, getting closer and closer. So so he's getting there.
Well spotted. Now, question for you, Mr. Domino. What is your favourite car in the lineup you've seen so far?
My favourite car, that's the DPI. I just love concept.
What about the GTs? What would be your favourite car you've seen, either in performance or livery?
Oh, in that way. Well,
all the DPs are LMPs, but what favourite looking car have you do you have out there?
Well, I actually quite like the Asetek Audi. I really enjoy how it looks. The Glam Racing as well. I like the purple and how it's designed, from dark purple to the black. I think there's some great designs out there. I also think, with the GTs, they are a bit, when we look them from afar, they're a bit the same in some way. I know they're quite different, coming from as well a design guy, but what I'm getting at, I really like the XRL DPI. I think it's great with the color balance that they have on the car. It shows the car really well, but they're also having difference from the white to the dark blue and the red. It complements it really well. So those are kind of my favorites at the moment. How about you, Mr. Chris? Now you have questions for me. Now I put you on the spot.
I put you on the spot. Well, I will say that question didn't actually come from me. That was actually from Maria Rinhack again. And you did it. You and because you mentioned the Glam Racing 404, you technically therefore answered correctly. Whatever your favourite actually is, you mentioned her car, so you're absolutely spot on. I confess I do have a bit of a soft spot for that 404 Glam Racing Audi as well. One of my favourite cars is sadly one that we don't have in this session. Is the CKR McLaren. As the one with the Brazilian flag on it. We didn't see it at Interlagos, and sadly we're not seeing it in this session. So, oh no, they've lost a couple of their drivers. That's why we haven't seen the CKR team back with us. It's a great shame because I loved the look of that car. So from the GT3 lineup, I know what you mean. The Asetek SimSport car does look quite nice, but I'm a little bit more partial to the Glam Racing 404. From the GTEs, if I was to pick one from each category, I do quite like the ID SimSport car, the blue number 166 livery. As we look at the DIS Porsche, are they saying anything on the team radio?
Yeah, just in case so.
No. Not sure we're getting the feed from that.
No, but the times between the top three guys in the GTs at the moment, at least in this session, it's they are within 6/10 of a second, and there are 3/10 between them. That's not a lot around a 2-minute 13 lap here, no. and it seems like the MCM Motorsport, they have Sector 2. Oh, as we're just having a little bit of a. They're the fastest in Sector 2. Sector 1. Barbosa is fastest in Sector 2, and then we have the Porsche DIS sim racing lab. They're fastest in Sector 3. So it's funny how to see it mixed out that way.
Yeah, and this is something we saw at Interlagos as well, where the overall lap time just about belonged to the DPI. That's getting close between Spa-Francorchamps and the Viaducton. And the Viaducton car didn't really do anything wrong there. He was minding his own business. Just Spa-Francorchamps had nowhere to go there. But
no,
he's got plenty of time to recover from that. But yeah, we actually saw that, particularly in the middle sector of Interlagos, the LMP2s were over half a second, sometimes up to 7/10 quicker than the DPIs, because that's the really twisty infield part where the DPIs just cannot put their horses down.
No, but the DPI is also more made for the Daytona. Let's be honest, that's really what they're made for. So, you know, they often are a bit slimmer. But yeah, they have a lot of torque in that big V8, and that's, yeah, as you say, it's a bit of a problem. I actually don't know if they're a bit heavy as well with the engine, and that might also be a factor. But we also have some great drivers in the LMP2 field. You know, they are fast, really fast.
That is also very true. They are insanely quick cars. Speaking of, let's have a look. Shall we have a summary of our qualifying positions, production? Now that a few more times have gone on the board, we'll see then how that shakes up the order for a potential grid. We still are waiting actually for a time from our 166 car, the ID Sim Sport Corvette Aston Martin, sorry, that's currently being driven by Marcus Steyer. So we haven't had a time from them, so they've struggled to get into this session so far. GT3s look like they're in broadly the same order they were in the first session, but we'll get the summary up for you shortly, so we'll see who is where as far as the grid is concerned. There's Damien Scovron once again, as I brought the LMP back in.
He's going in for a new set of tricks, and we will see him out there again. He has been unlucky with a bit of traffic and some small mistakes, and you know, just as we have the luxury of seeing him, just, you know, getting a little bit of a brain break and just, you know, getting in there, and I think we will see him out there again. I see a lot of fog in the air, or is it just me? No. Now you as an Englishman might be a bit more familiar with the fog and it's gloomy weather.
Denmark.
We do, but not as much as you guys have, I think.
That is true. We do bad weather very well here in the UK. Let's have a look at our qualifying summaries then. As usual, we'll start with our GT3 class. I love this aerial shot where you can, especially in the dark, where you see the headlights moving around. I love it. And there it is. So this is the how the averages stack up. Azatec doing a storming job yet again. 2:14.199 average time sees them over a second just ahead of the DSR Gadget Husic car with a 2:15.2. Cool, the Gadget Husic squad nearly matching their Q1 time. Then it's the Glam Racing number 404, who I had a message. Yeah, Lee Russell has now gotten into that car, so that car has just changed hands. A different driver may be able to find a few more tenths. Then it's the Viaductin car in fourth position, not by much though, only 3 tenths over the Teleforeningen number 188 BMW. So a bit of a battle for, if nothing else, wooden spoon avoidance at the back of the GT3 class. For our GTEs, now this one will be slightly skewed, as mentioned, because we haven't had a time for the ID Sinsworld car, but as far as the other three, look at that, 41,000 still between, or a very narrow margin between MCM and Duties. It's now the other way around from when we looked at them before, and this is what you were saying earlier, Nick. Now Joao Barbosa into his stride, a 2:13.057 has put the number 74 car at the top of the tree. Now that has only just happened, so that's actually not on the graphic. So that makes their average even better, but not by a huge amount, but it still increases the gap very slightly between themselves and MCM. And DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche in third, with the ID Simsport car yet to set a time in this session. The LMP2 still only 8 tenths apart, so M9 Axel still with a bit of work to do, but could still close that gap down. As Damien Scovron continues to hog the keys to the number 94, he's not sharing the toys to the Burst Esports Good Sunglasses LMP2 entry. And finally, our DPIs. Again, it's the same story that we saw from Q1. I'll get the DPI graphic up for you. Oh, here he comes. Let's have a look at what the averages look like. And it's 156.5 then for the number 18 car. As we said earlier, they've gone quicker than they did earlier on. Now, literally, as I was just talking to you, Peter Vagapov has just set a 157.4. Now, that won't elevate them above burst, but it will close that gap down by... Oh, wow, he's cut about 7/10 off of that time. So that is almost... That is only 400ths away from their Q1 time. They've just put on the board. Adam Coates out there in the XRL number 48 with a 158.342. So again, doing well in their maiden voyage in the EEWC. There's Gerd Nielsen again. Elder Statesman doing what he can in the BMW. He hasn't handed that over for a while. He's hogging the light in the Teleforeningen car.
Yeah, and they might use this to actually get a bit of seat time for Gerd. Just get him a bit more familiar with the night practice. He might not have had too much of it, and they can just use it to get more comfortable with it. It's a 2-hour session, qualifying session, yeah, but it's a 2 hours practice session for these guys. It's a practice session where the times actually count. That's the difference. So he's just out there making a great job, and he's actually improving on his lap time there. 219.7, actually getting a bit closer there, so that's a great lap from him.
Yes, and we seem to have had there's trouble for the Viaducted team. Their car has been parked in the garage.
Oh.
They've had an incident somewhere.
Well, they went to Narnia, didn't they?
Did they fly off to Narnia?
I think they did at one point.
We'll see. We'll see if we can get confirmation on what they've done that's parked the car in the garage. Is that going to give that fourth spot in the GT3s to Teleforeningen? We will see. Also, Lee Russell in the 404 car now. Oh, what have we got a replay of? Is this what happened to the number 1 car? Oh no, just a transition. That caught me out there. So, yeah, we've got a few new drivers then in cars. Let's have a look. So, Gerd Nielsen's still in the Teleforeningen car. Lee Russell is in the Glam Racing 404, as we mentioned. Matthias Harvig is in the DSR Gadget Husik car, the 777. And Alexander Sescher is doing the nighttime hours in the 585 car. So, new drivers across our GT3s. Gert's had trouble somewhere. That's he that's caused the yellow in Sector 2. Govron, as you can see, is still in charge of the number 94 car. As Nabil Aslan was in control of the 21 Sam 9 axle car, the other LMP2 entrant, but he's in the pit at the moment. So nearly a second separates our two LMP2 entries. Damien with a last time around with a 157.846. Just bolstering his hold, or the team's hold, on the top of the LMP2 class. Joao Barbosa and Angel Benegas still in control of their respective cars. Whoops, that's what happened to Gert. Buried himself backwards into the wall. That's going to hurt. And he's going again, but I suspect that's going to need a bit of gaffer tape involved in that one, I think.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. A bit of gum as well, just to keep it there, yeah.
Bit of leather, maybe. Yeah.
And then they will be going again. I just looked, it's not on our live feed, but have you looked at Look at God Racing? That's right now we have Matthias in it, but Look at God he has placed a monkey in his seat right now. Is that a reference, or is that just the team mascot right there? See?
I hadn't spotted that.
I just spotted it. I saw it earlier as well. I was like, Is it? No, and then but now I saw it. He put it on again when he went out of the car. That's lovely.
Good spot. Yeah, I hadn't spotted that in the leaky guard car. Well, why not? Why not?
Yeah, well.
No objection to that. As Midgie, again, I got caught out by a car at the top of the shot, thinking someone was cannoning off into the wall, but no, that's someone coming out of the pits.
DPI is behind as well. He's really pushing it out there. He's really pushing it, as we saw with going through Arouge and Blanchemont. And let's see if he's actually gonna catch Adam. Oh, he's having a bit of a wobble there, and I think he might be slowing down a little bit. Let's hope he's not gonna get in the way of Michi at the moment. But we actually have all the DPIs just, or at least 3 of them, just right after each other, because right behind these guys. I think it might be Peter who's out there as well, behind these guys. So we have the DPIs close to each other.
Is indeed Peter Vagabov.
Oh yeah, there he is.
Right. You see the picture there confirming that is indeed the second place DPI car, Peter Vagabov, just coming through. The car that's directly behind Adam isn't Peter Vagabov. Peter Vagabov is the one that's picture in picture.
Yeah. So they're at the moment P3, P1, and P2.
Pretty much, yeah. As both LMPs are in the pits. So yeah, that is our 3 DPIs are fairly close together on track at the minute. I can also confirm that the ID Sim Sport number 166 has finally set a time. So Marcus Steyer has put a 2:14.0 on the board now, which puts all GTEs, all 4 of them, less than a second apart.
We also have at the moment Damien has actually managed to improve his lap time after the battle. He's now into the 57s, and putting a lot more time down to Aslan, who's now almost a whole second behind. If you are a driver, that is 0.9 seconds away, but if you're an engineer, that's a second behind.
Yep. There's the participants. Only 3 of them registered to take part in the ID Sim Sport team, so that just means more driving, which sounds fun, but
it's difficult.
Yeah, when you've got that many hours to do. I've said this numerous times, and I make no apologies for saying it again. I have a huge amount of respect for endurance racers in particular, either virtual or from the real world, that can just go for 3 hours at in racing conditions. Driving 3 hours on a road car is bad enough. I've done a lot of miles over the last week, so I'm well aware of that. But in racing conditions, for lap after lap after lap after lap, without throwing the car into the wall every 5 minutes, is a mighty achievement. As we switch to Peter Vagabov, he's got just shy of a second to find over his quarry, which is Michi Hoyer. He set his personal best sector 1 of the look of it, 31.332. It's a 10th off the back of Michi. That is the and that's not going to do it.
No.
Spin for the Unison racing car. Commentator curse 1 for me. And we usually see Denis Shenko in that car. We've only seen Peter tonight. Of course, they've got 5 drivers at their disposal. They will deploy through the course of the weekend. It looks like Peter is going to have all the qualifying hours to himself.
Yeah, and that might be just that he's the only guy in here. The other guys might not be available for tonight.
Gert Nielsen is... So Gert Nielsen has made it clear he wants to come and have a chat to us. Gert, if you can hear us, do join us in the green room in T-Suite. And he has. There he is. Let's have a chat with Gert. It's always lovely to have a natter to one of the drivers of the 188, the Teleforeningen car. As we've actually lost. Yeah, so I did mention earlier that we've had trouble from one of our GT3s. That's the Viaducting car. They're actually out of the session now, as Michael Slott has taken over the 188 car. And shortly we will hear from Gert to see how the team is doing. Our production genius, Peter Milcombe, is going to sort that out for us momentarily.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll just get ready to go, and we'll have a natter to Gert as soon as we can. As we look at Joao Barbosa, continuing to set the times standard for the GTE cars. That gap has dropped with Angel Benegas improving on the MCM Motorsport number 27. Aha! Do we have in the channel now? Yes, we do. Gert Nilsson, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, Gert, it's lovely to hear from you, sir.
Thank you.
A few mishaps in the BMW. We did see you end up buried backwards into the wall at one point, but
yeah.
How's the feeling for Teleforeningen? How's the team doing?
Yeah, well, I'm just come back from holiday this evening, 5 o'clock. So it's not so much practice, but we will try, and we have some different drivers to this race because the normal driver in the team are on holiday. So and so we will do our best, and practice a lot here on the qualify and. Before the race tomorrow. So hopefully we will do a good race.
You came back today from your holiday, and one of your drivers is still. Where's the dedication from the team? You're trying to set an example for them, Gert, and what do they do? The youth have let you down.
No, because we are, the happy amateurs. So when people they have family, they should have vacation with and so on. So that's, when you're not a pro driver, that's more, family is more important than this race, to say honestly. But we will take it seriously, even if we are a little bit handicapped, but so is life.
I couldn't blame you at all, Gert. That's a great way to think. And it looks like, judging from the times that we've seen, that you're really close to the new Viaductin entry into the GT3 lineup. That yellow Corvette looked quite close to you in times.
Yeah, because I saw I think they drove 2:18.5 or 7 or something like that, and I am in 2:19 something. So we will hope we had a close race. That's the most fun. So we will see how it goes, but. We hope for a good race.
Yeah, absolutely. So you got Michael in the car at the moment. Is he confident he can find a few more tenths, or is it just see what happens?
I think so. He in the last session he come in 2:17, something like that. So that's just before Viaductin. So we will see. But we are confident that we will get hopefully a good race against Viaductin.
Excellent stuff. We very much look forward to seeing it. Magnetak, thank you very much, Gert.
Yeah, you're welcome. And we will talk on the race at some point, I think. So have a nice evening.
Oh, and you, good sir. It was always nice to chat to you. Thank you very much, Gert.
Yeah. Bye for now.
We will indeed. Bye for now. We will see you tomorrow. That's Gert Nilsson, one of the drivers of the 188 Teleforeningen BMW, now in the hands of Michael Slop to see how he can do to improve the time. So 2:19.704 is the qualified time for the BMW so far. As we now look at Josh Hughes, who's gone back into the XRL DPI car. So there's been just two drivers that have shared the driving duties of the newcomers so far. We've got a second to find before they can catch up with Peter Vagapov's time. But either way, they're pressing on, and we'll see what they are capable of.
Yes, we will see. Right now, just huge. Let's. He has done a couple of laps now, just in succession. And just, I think as Gib was just saying, I think these drivers at this point is trying to just get, drive time in there and get a bit of practice now with only an hour left. I think now is the time to maybe focus a little bit more on race trim, because it's the big one tomorrow and that's where it all counts. I think the gap of 1 second, that's quite a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a little bit more than we've seen leading up to this point, but I would imagine that's probably just lack of familiarity with the darkness hours. We'll see. Again, the slower and steadier pace may well count well for them during the course of the race. A long old race for them to go to. As a reminder, that is the XRL team. William Novak, the captain, the American leading the Brits and the Spaniard. There's Theo Yates, Josh Hughes in the car at the moment with Josh Sutton-Wood and Jaime Higuera, the Spaniard of the squad. Adam Coates has been the other driver of the XRL car that we've seen so far tonight. Well, another yellow flag. That is Matthias Harvik, the hat man coming from the DSR Götter Husik car that is down into third now in the GT3s, because Lee Russell in the 404 Clown Racing car has taken that second spot in this session from the treble 7. They've done a 2:15.214. They're half a second off the back of the Azatec car that is now in the hands of Arda Erkan. That's a drive I don't recall seeing Arda last time around, so the 585 car could well be fielding a new driver. So I don't recall seeing that driver name last time, unless he's more akin to the darkness hours. We will see. But 2:14.633 is the qualified time for the Azatec car. Lee Russell doing well to elevate the Glam Racing car up towards the top end. And in a little while, we'll have another summary of our qualifying results to see how that has affected the results.
Let's see. I can hear that what I'm seeing at the moment is that a lot of drivers actually putting out great lap times or great sector times, but apparently for some reason they're all driving into the pit lane, which is at the end of their laps. So I don't know if they might be at the point where they have too little amount of fuel, and that they might need to do an extra lap instead of just doing one, then actually doing 2 push laps out there. Which, that's the thing with the tricks. It needs to get proper heated, otherwise it won't really work. As I just saw a flash of yellow, but it doesn't seem to be a huge issue in sector 1.
Yeah. Can't sure it was either. There is Arda Erkan in the number 585 Audi with under an hour to go now of qualifying. That is the
that was close.
By Valanti Racing Team. We saw Alexander Sescher for a little bit of this particular session. Maciej Kasperczyk had the lion's share, almost the entirety of the Daylight Towers. Alicia Neto and Niels Hugeveen we've seen before. Alicia Neto did very, very well in the car last time out at Interlagos. We'll see what Arda Erkan can do in the car. Speaking of Alexander Sescher, he has made himself available for interviews, so it'll be good to have a chat to one of the drivers of the 585 car. And there he is, just been moved in with us. Alexander Sescher, are you with us?
I am indeed.
Well, hello, sir. Thank you very much again for coming and have a chat to us. You guys are doing rather well again. What is the secret? I mean, particularly in the daylight qualifying hours, my goodness, that time was sensational.
Yeah, the times are... I will say the track is a little bit slower. I had 4:10 in me still, so I could have been much higher, but the track limits are a little bit tough today.
Yeah, that is catching a few people out, isn't it? is keeping the car consistent. We're now watching Arda go a little bit wide coming through No Name Corner. Is it really slippery out there? Is the track temperatures continuing to fall? Is that making the track just harder and harder to keep to grips with?
It's definitely a bit difficult, I will admit, but you can also really get the car to turn in nicely at times. So in that aspect, that's good.
How is everybody feeling ahead of Spa? Is one of these legendary tracks that we all know and love. Is that a feeling that's shared in the team? Is everybody looking forward to it?
I definitely think we are. It's magical. It's Spa 24 hours. You cannot not enjoy it.
It's against the law to not enjoy Spa. I know exactly what you mean by that. So you're saying there's more time to find out there in the car, or do you think that with the track temperature dropping, do you think that the improvements are now going to be too difficult to reach?
No, they're not too difficult. It's only because of a little off track that if I hadn't gotten that, I would definitely have been up by 4/10 more than the time I have right now.
Good grief. So, that would be very close to the 213s again if that were the case. So, who's going to be starting the 585 tomorrow?
That's going to be me.
So you've got the heavy duty. So, is everybody kind of taking 3 hours apiece? Has the schedule been decided for the Aztec team yet?
It has definitely been decided. But it's gonna be around 6 hours each driver. So,
Struth. That's you're a brave man. You do far better than me, but very much looking forward to it. And with the times that we're seeing from the team, I think we're in for a great display from the Aztec team.
I hope we can deliver then.
Oh, you will. You have done all season, so I very much look forward to seeing how you guys do over the weekend. Alexander Sesha, thank you very much for coming to join us. We look forward to your performance over the weekend. Thank you very much, Alexander Sesha. That's one of the drivers of the Aztec Sim Sports Audi that we are currently looking at in the hands of Arda Erkan. Still at they still dominate the top of the GT3s. We're slightly overdue for a word from the commercial sponsors, so let's head over to that right now.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriot, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flicks, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the Racing Proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.GTR24H.org.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second qualifying session for round 5 of the 2022 season of the EEWC here at GTR24H. We are looking at the number 45, the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche. Currently sits at the tail end of the GTE field, but saying that alone would be very disingenuous because the GTE field is really close. Joao Barbosa has managed to extend the lead for the Juice's Motorsport Club car to half a second, but the rather than talking about that, let's have a look at the summary of how we sit for the grid for each class, starting with, as we have done all night long, we'll start with, that's the championship table. Wrong button. Try that again. Let's GT3. So Azatec at the top of the tree, still with that 214.199. Getahuta in second with 215.244, but so close, just 44 thousandths between themselves and Glam Racing, as Glam are currently second in this session. So they've got a 215.2 on the board, Azatec a 214.6, as you can see on the table there, with the Viaduct car that isn't in the session now, but that it will still start in fourth position, assuming they don't reappear and suddenly better times. But there is quite a gap between themselves and Glam. But as we spoke to Gert Nielsen earlier on, the Telefor Indian car, the 188 is very close to the Viaduct car, only a tenth and a bit in it at most. So speaking of, they've just caught a yellow flag. So Michael Slot is pressing on and still trying to find time in the 188 car. In the GTEs, so at the top is Juices by just under 2/10 over the MCM car. Joao Barbosa doing a storming job. Has actually just improved again whilst I've been talking to you, so only by 700, so it's now 212.6 for the number 74 car. Then less than 2/10 between themselves and the MCM car. The ID Simsport car is a little bit further back, but look at that 1,000th average between ID Simsport and DIS Sim Racing Lab. Struth. That's amazing over 2 different times in 2 different sessions. Fantastic effort from our GTE competitors. LMP2 Well, not a lot has changed here. They haven't been able to improve from the earlier time set. So the average times remain as they are, 1:57.668 for the Damien Scovron driven burst number 94, and the 7.9 axle number 21 that's been in the hands of Nabil Aslan all evening long of 1:58.580. Sees them in second in class. And as for our DPIs, again, this hasn't really changed either in a while. Still a 1:56.580 average time for the burst number 18, and about 8 tenths back is the Unison number 17. Peter Vagapov has had the keys to all night long with the XRL Esports Newcomers number 48. Josh Hughes now back in the car with a 58.342 average time. So that is how our qualifying currently looks. Still time out there defined, as Alex Sasha was saying. But I think those improvements are going to be harder and harder to find, with the track temperature now down to just 12.7 degrees.
Yeah, and I think we also got our answers to why people are setting fast lap times but having to go into the pits all the time. I think track limits, because they're using everything that they can, and maybe a bit too much. So that might be a thing there as well. I was just looking, now we're looking at these extreme headlights that all of these racing cars have at this point in time. Did you actually know that Audi is not the GT3s are not allowed to use the Audi headlights that they have on their road cars? Because they developed their laser LED lights for the LMP1s, but the GT3s are going, so slow compared to their competition that they will just blind all of their. Oh, that's close. But they're actually gonna blind their competition, so they're not allowed to use it. Yeah, because it's so extreme. Or as we have the human highlight reel out there again.
New nickname for Michi Hoyer, trademark Mick Domino.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Well, he seems to be behaving himself a bit more in this session, and the times are still very, very impressive. But
the colder temperature helps him.
Yeah, true, but can he keep this up for 6 hours or whatever the team structure is for the burst number 18?
Yeah.
Can he keep it up for hours and hours on end is the real question. I would imagine he probably wouldn't push quite this hard. I mean, no one really does. In qualifying, you really do let it all out and push everything you can to the floor. But you can't keep that up for hours on end. So you've got to be sensible about how you go about going through your stint in endurance racing. As Marcus Stayers tried to park the car in the garage himself.
And he hit a wall because
he failed.
There's a lot of them. And again, it will win 11 out of 10 times.
Yes, it will.
Yeah.
It most certainly will.
It will be an achievement when you finally break that brick wall, but I don't think the car is moving out of the way. As we just see an Audi here, one of the GT3s currently in P2. It's the 404, it's lead Russell at the moment in there. See if he can get a bit closer to that Aztec 585 car. I think they will be happy with P2 at the moment, being only half a second away currently, because doing a whole race of 24 hours, stuff can happen, accidents can happen. A clean race is the most important thing, and so they at the moment, they have speed. The car, at least from the outside, seems to be fairly stable for the drivers to drive, and they just need to keep their noses clean, and I think there will be a great result at the end. But let's see what they end up doing.
I had a feeling as soon as you said they'd probably be happy with P2, I had a feeling I would have a message from Maria on that one. And they're gunning for P2, so that's the P2 average lap, and they're really, really close. between themselves and the DSR Gadget Husic car. Now, in this session, they are still about just under 2 tenths ahead of the 777 Corvette, but the average time is showing they were very, very close between the two. So it's going to be interesting to see if Lee Russell can find those extra few tenths that he would need to elevate the 404 Glam Racing car up into that second position, as Angel Benegas has caused a yellow flag on his outlap near the end of his outlap, and Lee Russell's actually just brought the car in. So he won't be finding anything in the pit lane.
Did he choose to paint? Ooh, whoa. No, yeah.
What is he doing? What?
Oh. Both sides.
He's trying to paint the... Samba, it's the just said. That's a link back to that was something we always used to say to each other as a commercial break kicked in at Interlagos as well. As Lee Russell's brought the car straight back out again after trying to redecorate the pit wall in the Glam Racing colours. Great colour scheme, but I'm not sure the wall's going to reflect it as well as you would like.
No, me neither.
Gert Nielsen's back in the 188 Teleforeningen car. Matthias Harvik is in the Gadget Husic car. Lee Russell, as we can see, is in the Glam Racing one, along with Arda Erkan is still in the Aztec Sim Sports number 585. Maria just confirmed that he said some words that should not be said. Yes, I'm sure they were unbroadcastable, is what he said there. Angel Benegas is still in the MCM Motorsport car. Michael Pedersen in the ID Sim Sports number 166 is in that GTE car, along with Joao Barbosa in the Juices Motorsport number 74. There is Angel Benegas, and there is the MCM team. We saw Ivan Aguado do the daytime hours. We'll see Ricky Jimenez and Alvaro Rabinol take on the 24 hours of Spa over the course of the weekend. Looks like our LMP2 entrants have not come back out, so their times obviously haven't changed because they haven't been back on track for a while. Nabil Aslan and Damien Scovron still have not reappeared, so I can actually see from the cameras Damien Scovron's not even at his rig. So I would think they're probably fairly confident that they've got the top spot in the LMP2s. Josh Hughes is in the number 48 XRL Esports car. Michi Hoyer has still got the reins of the number 18 car. Peter Vagapov is back in the pits at the moment. So, and I'm sad to say that the Leakegaard Racing Monkey has been replaced by a driver. So unfortunately the Monkey is no longer there. That's because Carl Leakegaard is taking over the 777 Gadget Husic car.
Yeah, and right now it's actually quite interesting that they are so much slower in the night compared to the daytime.
Very, very true. We've got Tom Olmeninger with us. Hello, Tom.
Good evening.
How are you doing, sir? How's the team feeling?
Well, yeah, feeling all right. We're in P1 in class, so I saw my turn, so that's good.
Yeah, we haven't seen you in the car tonight. You saving everything for the weekend?
Yeah, let's call it that. No, the honest answer is in qualifying trim, Damien is faster than me, and well, we weren't sure if it was going to rain, so we didn't want to get caught out, so we just wanted the fastest driver in at all times. So
that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense. So, who's starting the car tomorrow?
That's most likely going to be Damien as well.
You're letting him you're letting him take in the difficult shift at the beginning then. So how many hours is how many of you are driving the car?
At the moment we're planning 4 drivers.
Okay. Also you've made Maria Rinag happy because you've got the Glam Racing stickers up.
Yeah, she's paying me for it.
I remember that discussion at Interlagos. So just messing with me. So you've made her very happy about that one. So when are you taking the car, Tom?
During the race?
Yes.
We haven't quite decided yet, but
okay.
I guess plan A is that Damien will start and then I'll take over, but it's all pretty fluid still.
Does that mean you're going to be taking the night hours tomorrow then?
Well, yesterday in practice, I got asked the same question, and we sort of have the issue that I think at least 3 out of 4 drivers wouldn't mind driving at night, so we'll have more difficulty finding daytime drivers, I guess.
Yeah, that's a bit of an unusual one. I'd have thought it would be the other way around, but
yeah.
I mean, what is your personal preference? Do you prefer day or night driving?
Well, I dislike morning driving. I'm not a morning person, but then I don't mind driving during the night. I think I heard you guys talk about how your references change, and that's always a bit of adjustment you have to do. But yeah, it's just adjusting, and then it doesn't really matter whether it's daytime or nighttime. Although I'm always confused why it's different, because like your brake marker would be at the 100 meter braking marker board, and you can still see it in the night, and so you brake at exactly the same time, and still your approach into the corner is different. So something's yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how much you rely on visual cues more than kind of muscle memory and experience and what have you. If you rely more on the visual aspects, then all of those are completely different. Whereas if you're relying much more on muscle memory and reflexes and experience, then it doesn't really matter what time of day it is. It's a much easier adjustment to make.
Yeah. So perhaps I'm a visual driver. I always struggle a bit with the transition, but give it a bit of time and then it's all good. And at that time it should be the same. Although, but I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Our factors had a pretty huge update in terms of the real road, and track temperatures make a really big difference in how the car feels and how much grip there is. So the nighttime, the car might actually feel and behave differently compared to the daytime. So I guess we'll have to learn as we go along, but it'll be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point there, Tom. I mean, that we were seeing 40-degree temperatures in the daytime qualifier session, whereas now they're at 12.4. So how do you change how you drive with the track temperature difference, or has that not been fully explored yet?
We haven't really had the time. We've really struggled to find a good setup. And I think we've dialed it in for different conditions as well, because that's also a huge compromise. But we haven't had the time to test a lot of very different temperatures. So we'll just have to adjust as we go along and hope that our opponents will struggle even more.
Well, I mean, we haven't seen Damien on the track for a while. I can see he's back in his rig. Is he going to come out for any more time, or are you going to have any practice in the last half an hour?
Well, yeah, most likely he'll try and improve, as there should be more rubber, and it'll also give us information about what the track temperatures do with the ultimate performance of the car.
He just doesn't want to share the car, does he? He just wants to hog the toys all day.
Yeah, I've asked him many times, but he said, no, Tom. Nope, it's all mine.
Oh, fair enough. Tom, thank you very much for spending the time to come and chat to us. It's always a pleasure, and we look forward to seeing how well the number 94 does over the 24 hours of Spa. Tom Allmendecker, thank you very much. There we go, one of the drivers of the number 94 car that Damien Scovron has had all to himself all night and looks set to continue to hog it. I can see he's back in his rig now, but he doesn't look like he's in a hurry to head out on track, as Nabil Aslan still hasn't left the grid. So they're essentially, other than practice, there's nothing more for them to gain, really. But I guess no practice is ever worthless.
Yeah, getting out there, especially when they're talking about not having a setup dialed in, I would use the time now just to get a lot of laps in. If it was me, small laps doesn't really give you an indication of what the car will feel like. Different fuel amount will change the balance as well. But with only 29 minutes to go, they might be thinking, well, not much more to find out here. They might discuss a lot of things, as we just saw Barbosa completely destroy the curb. It was that Aston Martin was like, nope, and the curb was like, nope, and something had to give, and that could have ended in tears, carbon fiber, and a lot of paint. Wow, that was hard, but yeah, what we're seeing, as we are having a yellow flag for the XRL DPI, and that's in sector 2, so that gotta be a big one if he has crashed in sector 2. As we see him here,
that's the finish again, so
yeah,
that's let go in a pretty big way. He's limping that car back, and we might have another driver ready to come and have a chat to us. If just going to double check production whether we need to throw to commercials beforehand. I know we have a schedule to keep on that one. Okay, what we'll do, we will have a chat to Marcus Steyer, who's come and have a chat to us. Marcus, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent. So, how's the car behaving? It looks like you've had a bit more trouble in the night session than the day, but talk us through it from your side.
I mean, we improved a little bit here in the night.
Okay.
Because I mean, for me it's not difficult to drive in the night. So, yeah, my time was the same as in the day.
Oh, nice. So you're on good pace then, day or night. That must be quite confident that you can maintain that kind of pace, irrespective of which end of sunlight you're going to have. Obviously, we haven't got rain with this. We're actually watching Michael with the car at the moment. We literally, as I've just mentioned his name, he's parked it in the dust. It looked like he was having a bit of trouble with the car, so hopefully Michael's okay and not got too many technical difficulties. So what is the general feeling like for ID Cinesport at the moment? Is everyone quite confident on a good result?
Well, I mean, as it looks now, we're only 4 in the class, so maybe there's an opportunity for a podium position. But yeah, we are driving for fun and trying to get the best out of it. We have struggled a little bit with the setup this time because of some R-Factor 2 updates. So yeah, we are not comfortable with the setup for tomorrow's race, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe we find out in the night. I hope we do.
So what is the car doing? Is it understeery, oversteery? What is it that it's doing that you're not happy with at the minute?
Well, I mean, a lot of the cars are very low in the height, so we have also made a very low car, and it's a little bit difficult to find a way that the car is not slippy in the corners. So yeah, a little bit oversteer, but I think we'll figure it out. Maybe. Let's see.
Good stuff. So podium is the main target, or are you just kind of enjoying the ride and see what happens?
Well, 24 hours race is long, so we will just see what happens, and maybe we can be lucky to get a podium. That's the aim.
Great stuff. Marcus, thank you very much for coming and have a chat to us, and we look forward to seeing your progress during the race. Best of luck for the weekend. Thank you very much. Marcus Steyer.
Thank you.
And with that, we will have one more commercial break before the checker flag comes out. So let's have a word from our commercial sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the racing proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting gtr24h.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second qualifying session for round 5 of the 2022 EEWC here at GTR24H in readiness for the 24 hours of Spa this weekend. 20 minutes remain, and we've still seen laps being done, even though the track temperature is down to a very fresh 12.3 degrees, and the air temperature is 17 degrees, so that would probably help the engines, but the tyres are not so happy. Oh, yellow flag out there. That's Michael Slott, who's taken over the Telefor Indian car. That's bouncing between Gerd Nielsen and Michael Slott. Carl Liekegaard is in the Goethe Husik car. Lee Russell still has the Glam Racing 404. And Arda Erken still has the 585 Azatec car. And last time around was a 2:14.8 for them, so it's still setting blinding pace at the top of the GT3s. In GTE, Joao Barbosa has the number 74 Juices car. Ooh, that got a little close. Wow, that was a little bit lively coming out of the pits. As Josh Hughes has just caused a yellow in Sector 2 somewhere, and Joao was briefly caused a yellow in Sector 1. Not sure what that was for. So Joao Barbosa, as mentioned, in the 74 car. Ivan Aguado is back in the MCM Motorsport number 27. Jesper Pedersen is in the 166 ID Simsport car. And the DIS Sim Racing Porsche, so unfortunately we never know at any point who's in that car. They're back in the pits, so they're not actually running at the minute. For our LMP2s, as we spoke to Tom Olmeninger earlier on, Damien Scovron is keeping the keys to the number 94 for the entirety of the qualifying session, as by their own admission, Damien is the quicker of certainly those two drivers, as he will continue to try and find some time for the number 94. And Nabil Arslan simply has not returned to circuit. He's been in the 79 axle car has been in the pits for quite some time. And our DPI's Michi Hoyer still has the number 18 car and is still completing laps. Peter Vagapov is still in the number 17. He's returned back to the pits very recently. And Josh Hughes is now in the number 48 XRL Esports car. So with just under 18 minutes remaining, Nick Domino, are we going to see much improvement from anybody?
I don't think so. I think we are at the point where a lot of these drivers are using this as now a test session. We heard from Gert early on that he had to, he now has new teammates as well, and they're just trying to get the laps in. The track temperatures is quite far down. We haven't really seen too many improvements or movement in the classifications, and at this point, it's I think the times are there. As we see a Aston Martin going completely off track at the moment, and that's the thing. I think right now the track is just so cold that they can't really get the nose in. But I was really interested in what we have heard for the interviews, the drivers talking about a new update that really makes the cars a lot more prone to temperature changes, and that's really something that these drivers will feel, because we're gonna have some big temperature differences between the day and night trim, and that's why when we look down on our timing screen, we can see at the moment the DSR gatehouse cars, they're 7/10 off the pole time in the night, but they were only 1/10 away in the first qualifying. And this is aggregate, as we have Michael Slot parked somewhere.
He's buried the car somewhere. The camera angle doesn't really tell us where. But
no, he went to Narnia, and we will not see him again.
He's very much gone to the dark side, and and that yellow flag's been out for a while, so he doesn't seem to be in a particular hurry to get moving again. Quite what's happened there, I do not know. But either way, we will see. Whilst we were talking about whether there's further improvement to be made, Maria Rinhack again has said, hopefully, when we were saying we don't think there's going to be any further improvement made, she went, hopefully not. We're still trying to find that last half a tenth to try, because they really are gunning for that second position on the average lap times between them, particularly between themselves and the Treble 7 again, DSR Gadget car that Carl Liekegard is currently driving. He's on another time lap, so 2:15.214 is Lee Russell's time, or certainly the 404 Glam Racing car's time, and at 2:15.393 is the time for Carl Liekegard. So as we are on board with Jesper Pedersen in the IVC Sport Aston Martin. It's coming into Le Convent. Now, we're not seeing the kind of wild sliding from this Aston that we've seen from quite a number of other cars throughout the course of both sessions. The nose looks fairly pointy from what's going on, or what we can see in this lap. Now, if they're not pushing too hard, that might be one reason why. I just wondered if this big amount of light here was where the 188 car was, but no, because I wasn't actually sure which part of the lap that's gone off at. It's somewhere.
It was there. It was in the speakers corner.
Oh, it was there. I couldn't actually see where the car was. So he's buried it pretty well by the look of that. as we continue with Jesper Pedersen's lap. And just sweeping through the Spanish chicane, now down to Stavolo. Now, another incentive for our teams to do as well as they possibly can. There is a prize pool on the line that has been all season long. It's $150,000 prize pool available to our participating teams. And just to highlight how that's broken down, let's look about the DPI numbers. Now, for this race alone, the way to the more points you earn, the bigger element of that prize pool you get. So potentially, Michael Jesper Pedersen getting a very big tank slapper coming out of the chicane there. So let's take DPI for instance. For the winning DPI car, they could come away with potentially $2,682 of that prize pool. Second place comes away with $1,959, and third $1,650. So it's very much worth all points that you could possibly get. Is always worth going for. LMP2, bearing in mind there's different amount of participants in each class, so that's why the numbers are a little bit different. So the LMP2s, the winner would come up from this race alone, bearing in mind, $2,346. For second place, $1,714. Third would be $1,444. GTEs, again, there's more of them, so the price pool would be slightly lower. So $2,011 for the winner, $1,469 for second, and $1,237 for third. So it's worth trying to gun for every single point they possibly can, as there's literally more money in it. As we're coming past No Name again, I still don't know where he's buried his car. We see a lot of light, but I don't know where on earth Michael Slot has managed to bury the car. If it's over the wall, any wonder he hasn't moved.
Yeah, I think it is stuck in the wall, to be honest, and that's what we're seeing. Then? Yeah, well, no, he's done it properly. That's the way. If you have to crash it the right way. Don't do anything half-ass. That's the thing.
Completely.
Yeah. But as we just see, Jesper driving out here, and it seems fairly okay. I think, the time, the track temperature, it almost seems like he has too much grip on the front now, or that he might be putting a little bit too much brake on the car. But some fairly decent driving out there, and they need to be careful with some of the curves around here, because they are not pleasant to actually hit, which is what we are seeing, especially when they're going through Beluxo and Speaker's Corner or No Name. Those curves are not fun to hit, because it goes so long that when you're hitting the curb, sometimes you can actually get the car to just ride the curb, and then it will slowly have a spin. And it has a kind of spin where it's spinning and you're trying to save it, but the only thing you can do is just wait until the spin is over. And that's one of the most frustrating ones to endure, because you're just sitting there and waiting. Alright, stop moving.
Yeah. A comment in chat I just spotted from our good friend Luke Etheridge: if you're going to crash. Yeah,
exactly.
So, rewording what you just said. Yeah, if you're going to do it, get on with it.
Yeah.
Get it over and done with. Absolutely. Yeah, but I know what you mean as well. You got those really slow, what feel like really slow and never-ending spins. You're just like, come on, I need to get back going again.
Yeah.
Causes you to try and recover the car too quickly.
You will always try and recover the car too quickly. As you see, the pace difference between the DPIs and GTs and GT3s, and you see just right here through the chicanes, that's a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds he's just pulled out through that chicane alone, and that's just how fast and big the difference is between these classes, which really is impressive. But it's also what makes it safe. Because if you have classes that are too close, you will actually have a situation where they're fighting too much, and you can't really get away from them, and that makes some bad decisions and some horrendous driving sometimes.
Very, very true. So we have less than 8.5 minutes to go then. So another 4 or 5 laps or so available to our drivers. Few cars have parked it for the night. We only have 3 of our GT3s remaining. So the number 1 has decided enough's enough, and the Teleforeningen car has left the session. They've decided they can't unbury the car from the wall. So they left the session, assumingly. I wouldn't blame them if they didn't return, because there's only a few minutes left. As we look at Josh Hughes. Actually, I just said I wouldn't be surprised if the 1.8 car didn't reappear, and just as I said that, they've reconnected to the session. So they are going to utilise as much time as they possibly can, and fair enough. And Tom Olmenegger has actually been allowed to have a go in the car for the last 10 minutes. Damien Scovron has finally decided to move aside, and Tom Olmenegger now is in the number 94. A little bit late to the party, but I mean, why
The
not?
funny thing now would be if he goes in and just blasts that lap time.
Yeah.
And he's getting...
We have a potential change in our GT3s, because Lee Russell in the 404 has managed to do a 2:14.803. So he's actually closed in to just over a tenth behind the 585 car, and that much gain is potentially going to be enough to see them into second position in the GT3s. So again, Lee Russell's persistence has managed to pay off, and he's the only person, as far as I can see, that's actually found any improvement in the team's lap time. Oh no, Ivan Aguado has improved last time out as well, with the 2:12.936 for the MCM Motorsport car. It still sees him in second though, so they haven't been able to overhaul the Juicy's number 74. We'll see when the session is finished. We will of course run through all of the times and then see exactly who's where. But there are still improvements being found.
Yeah, for some drivers, and as we talked about, for others, it's just getting a familiarity with the track. But we just saw a DPI spinning before, and that's what we have seen quite a few times. As Tom here is having the rain lights flashing on the back of the LMP2. I don't think there's any rain, but that's at least what it's flashing there. If anyone was wondering, but it looks like he's a bit off pace, and for him right now, I think it's just to get a feel for the car. If they have made changes, as you talked about, it's just getting in there and try and see, all right, what are these changes? Where are my new braking points? And you can see, just we've heard that the guys were talking about the cars are so low, and they're just hitting the nose places, and when you do that, you actually have the thing where the tires doesn't hit the track, and then you have no traction, because if you don't have any tires on the track, you don't have traction, and that's not fast.
No, it's not the optimum way of driving. Is having no wheels on the ground at all. But Tom Olmenegger, by his own admission, was the slower car. Well caught. Just clouts the apex on the exit of Lacon, but does manage to keep the car from barreling off into Narnia.
And he was just so calm and didn't even flinch. He was just straight back on it, like nothing happened.
That's what separates the good from the great. But on he goes then, just like you say, just do a few laps to get a bit of a feel for the car in the dying moments of the session. And so when the checkered flag has fallen, when everybody has completed their final laps, as Josh Hughes has just brought the number 48 back into the pits. Depending on how long he's there for will dictate whether they actually... Oh, he's going for a tyre change. You can actually see the counter on the side of the car. That's the pit stop timer. So, oh, that was someone coming out of their pit garage. So I think that was Joao Barbosa in the 74 car is coming out for one last run. So that's everybody except for Michael Slott and the 188 guys. They haven't left the garage. I'm assuming they haven't been able to reconnect quick enough. And Nabil Aslan in the 2179 Axel car just didn't reappear. So there's Peter Vagapov. We haven't seen him for a little while, but now pressing on to see what he can do. He's not improving on any of his sector times. And that's back into the pits as well for the 17 Unison car. So he should just about, if he gets his pit stall quick enough, he may well be able to reshoe the car and get that one back out there. There's Michi Hoyer just coming through the Fania chicane. And he's pressing on. He doesn't need to find any time. He has nearly a second to himself over the Unison number 17. There's Ivan Aguado in the MCM.
That wasn't oversteer.
Car. He's only 3/10 behind Joao Barbosa. Again, that's only in this session. We'll go over the summaries when the final laps are complete.
And yeah, the cars are still really unstable out there. Some of them. We just had Ivan Aguado had a huge moment, as we saw just right before, and at the moment we are looking at the human highlight reel. He's really warming the tires up. His tracks needs to be in the correct temperature, and now he's just gonna destroy them for a lap. You know, right now the tires thought, well, there's only a minute and 44 seconds. Can we have a break? Nope. Just, getting the next run out there. Incredible.
Well, we'll follow Michi through then. The 1:56.510 is the time that the number 18 car, which has Michi because he's the only one that's been in the car. It's been his time, so he's grounding out a little bit, coming through over up over Radion along the Camel Straight. He's got somebody directly ahead of him. Let's really see who that was. Now into Lecom. Brake is glowing away. Always good to see. And he's furiously soaring away at the wheel. Grounds up a little bit on the rumble strip on the exit of Lecom. Now into Bruxelles.
52 thousandths of a second slower than his previous best in Sector 1. So it's a good lap.
Nearly done then. Less than a minute to go before the checker flag will fall. So Michi Hoyer on the right, Josh Hughes, another one of our DPI drivers. That's the XRL squad on the left-hand window. That will they achieved. Whoa, that's done. That's the end of the road for Josh Hughes. Then they won't be able to set any more times flying off the road that heavily. So Michi Hoyer then, Stavolo. Now screaming towards Lodge.
And he's now faster. He's now faster than his previous best time by 52 thousandths of a second. He's taking exactly 1/10 in that sector alone.
Oh, Lee Russell's buried the 404 somewhere. Oh, lots of sliding. What happened to the 404 car? Now this is the... so no more cars can set any more times here. Now what did Lee Russell do? Oh, that's going to be a lighthouse impression. Yeah, there he goes. Bang! Yeah. Backwards into the wall. Michi Hoyer was the next car that was actually down the road, but it was a 2:05.8 in the end because Michi had to bow out of the final sector as he was coming over. So only cars in Sector 3 may complete their laps. No one now can start any more laps. Of course, as the checker flag has fallen. So that's Ivan Aguado and Tom Olmenegger. Tom's not going to be on a lap. The DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche is still going. I think Carl Liekegard in the Gadget Huser car is still running as well. No, looks like everybody else is coming back into the pits. I would say that we are done for qualifying. We will have one final commercial break and then we will summarize the qualifying positions heading into the 24-hour race. So for the final time in this broadcast, let's have a word from the commercial sponsors.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Aztec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Stengolm, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the Racing Proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting gtr24h.org/VPN. Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the conclusion of the qualifying session for round 5 of the 2022 EEWC here at GTR24H. So qualifying is now complete. Both sessions are now run. And let's run through exactly how each class will line up for the 24 hours of Spa that starts tomorrow. Beginning with our GT3 class, the number 585 Azatec Sim Sport car will start on the front of the group, and it was indeed Glam racing with that final storming lap from Lee Russell, that 2:14.8 that has secured second for the 404 Audi. So it's an Audi 1-2 in the GT3s. Then it's Corvette 3-4 with the DSR Ghetto Husid car in third, with the Viaduct in the new entry for them, the number 1 car on fourth, with the Teleforeningen BMW very close in overall time, right with them in fifth position in class. Now our GTEs. Let's see how the next class line up. It's the Juices team, the number 74 by 51,000, so they maintain that tiny gap over MCM for the front of the GTEs. And there's the ID Sim Sport car ahead of the DIS Sim Racing Lab Porsche, again by 1,000th of a second. So the essentially two pairs of GTE battles look set to be very, very close indeed. Our LMP2 pair, well, we didn't see the Sem9 Axle car for quite some time in the latter half of the second qualifying, so there it is. It remained unchanged. The Burst esports car remained the more dominant force, as we actually see the NMP cars, one NMP, one DPI car just come past us in the camera. So Burst starting ahead of Sem9 Axle, and the DPIs, Burst again remaining dominant up top by about 8/10 in the end over Unison, with our newcomers, the XRL esports car, in third. But where they qualify does not necessarily mean that's how the race is going to go. We have a lot of laps and a lot of kilometers to cover over 24 hours of Spa, and who knows, the weather could still play a part in it. Nick Domino, thank you very much for coming to join me in this qualifying session. It's been a great pleasure to have you alongside me for the journey.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's been great fun, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. We have a lot of stories going into the race, with of course traffic. How is it gonna be? We have the weather. Now we know from the teams that temperatures can be a huge part, so we might see somebody being dominant at the beginning and struggle during the night. So it's gonna be really interesting, and we have some of the classes with close times and some of them with less close times. So it's gonna be a lot of fun tomorrow, and especially if we spice it up with a little bit of rain. That's gonna be interesting. Yeah.
Yes, so true. So the race will be getting underway at 2 o'clock CET. So adjust that to your local time zone, and we very much look forward to seeing you joining us for the ride. We'll be on about half an hour before then to go through all the necessary pre-race show to give you all the information you need, and it'll be lights out and away we go at 2 o'clock CET tomorrow. Please do join us then, as we will begin round 5, the penultimate round of this year's EEWC. Until next time, thank you very much, and goodbye.
The 2022 Endurance E-Racing World Championship brought to you in partnership with Viper Gaming by Patriots, Azatec Sim Sports, Global Flix, Motorvision.tv, Sten Goldman, ESTV, and Film Vault Limited.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Just think about the fun things you do online. Diving into movies you love. Shopping. Enjoying free Wi-Fi with your morning coffee. Wait, who's that guy? Meet the Digital Snooper. It can be your internet service provider peeking at what you do online, or a cyber criminal on a mission to snitch your credit card info, or a hacker at the next table trying to steal your sensitive data. Uh-oh. But don't worry. NordVPN keeps all these snoopers away. It makes your internet activity private, protects you from accessing dangerous websites, and lets you enjoy your favorite content securely, even while away from home. The best part? It's just a click. Yep, internet security is that easy.
You can get NordVPN today at a 60% discount by visiting GTR24H.org/VPN.
The GTR24H webshop is more than just a merchandise store. Our concept of racing proverbs carries a wide selection of t-shirts, cups, and posters with selected proverbs from the racing and sim racing universe. If you are looking to have everyone recognize your passion for racing right away, try one of the t-shirts from the Racing Proverbs category. The current introduction sale runs until August 29th. You can also find copies of our race posters and podium posters available as both paper and metal plate posters, as well as jigsaw puzzles for both teams and fans alike. Have a look. Visit shop.gtr24h.org.
Let's go.